here it is, right here.
Do you mind if I go to the podium? Because otherwise
I
I'm
don't-
not going to be able to see.
I don't mind at all.
Okay.
Matter of fact,
Exactly. I knew you're getting organized, but I just wanted to come over and say hi.
hi.
How are you doing?
Are you part of what I'm doing with you guys?
And Jason.
We're at 8:30.
Interference with your learning as well.
Oh, thank you.
I just want you to be aware. Are you about to start?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not fuller here.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll keep trickling in.
I'm going to make a
and
change
maybe,
to the last slide.
okay,
So,
can you make a change to the
I'll
last
do
slide
that.
real quickly? I'll start, and then can you gather people from in the...
Yes.
Did you see the Boston College?
Lori's going to do some stuff in here. We'll go out.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to look at David's language on it. I took stuff out and I put it back.
So is this
Yep.
in, let's see, proper mode?
Let's get it in the proper mode. Yeah.
Okay.
Check question, practical question. How long do you think it's going to be before we know what the impact
Like when will we announce it?
Sorry.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Everyone can take their seats. We've got a very jam-packed schedule for today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lori Lucas. I'm the president and CEO of the Employee Benefit Research Institute, and I'm delighted to welcome you all to our 84th Policy Forum on Retirement, Health, and Financial Well-Being. This is actually a very special policy forum because this year marks our 40th anniversary at the Employee Benefit Research Institute. So 40 years ago, in September of this year, we celebrated our 40th anniversary. And just to think back, I think it's important to kind of put things in perspective about how the world has changed in 40 years. If any of you are fans of old movies, I love watching old movies, like the movie The Apartment, if anyone's ever seen that movie, Jack Lemmon and Shirley MacLaine, and Dinner at 8, an even older movie. If you watch these older movies, it's like not only is it a different time, it seems like a different world. Everything's different. The technology's different. The clothing's different. The social mores are different. And the workplace is very different. So what did the workplace look like in the 1970s? Cubicles weren't so common. Here's a picture of how people just would not even have their own private space. There were fewer women in the workforce. We heard actually a lot about that from a speaker that we heard from yesterday, talking about paid leave and why, because of this transformation, we're seeing a lot more interest at the state level in terms of paid leave. It was before the personal computer and before email and cell phones. So think about that, how the world was. And then think about how the world has transformed. In 1978, it was also not even the birth of the 401k, it was really just the inception of the 401k. And it would have been hard to imagine back in 1978 that this is how the world would have looked 40 years later. That 401k plans would have more than $5 trillion in them today, and that they would become the primary employer-sponsored retirement vehicle available to American workers. So when we think about that, we think about if we were looking back, if we were looking forward from 1978, we couldn't have envisioned this. But if we're looking forward from today, let's not even think about the next 40 years, but the next 5 to 10 years, what will the world look like? What will it look like in terms of financial wellness? Is that the next big thing? Are we looking forward and seeing financial wellness initiatives, including things like paid leave, helping people to have a more stable financial future, being something that is the next big thing? Retirement income. According to our data, 43% of the assets in 401k plans reside in the accounts of people who are in their 50s. That is a very large cohort of money headed straight for retirement. And how do we help these people draw down their assets when they're in retirement? Is that the next big thing? And the employment-based health system. Where are we going with that? We'll hear about that later on our panel, but it could very well transform in unexpected ways that were unexpected back in the 1970s when it came to 401k plans, could affect a large variety of the benefits that we have today. And that's really what we're going to be talking about today in our policy forum. We have a number of very well-versed speakers in all of this, thinking about the future, and we'll also have a speaker talking about policy at the end of the day over lunch. But to give you more insight into our agenda and to moderate the rest of the day, I will introduce Michael Dozier, who is the Public Policy Agenda Council, or excuse me, the Public Policy Advisory Council Vice Chair at EBRI, and he also is from Franklin Templeton, and he and his Public Policy Advisory Council were largely responsible for today. So I want to thank him and the Public Policy Advisory Council, and invite him to moderate the day.
All right, let's see if I can handle this thing. Okay, a couple of background comments, and then we'll walk through the agenda, and then I'll get out of the way because we do have some great content. There is a large group of people, actually I'm going to get the thank yous out of the way first, here they are, that have joined the newly formed Public Policy Advisory Council. Feedback from the board of EBRI last year was that we needed to kind of formalize and codify and put some processes around how EBRI was able to better be in front of, or maybe on the early end of, emerging opportunities for policy analysis, right? It's the core of the value proposition of EBRI. So we looked for volunteers from member organizations. I think there are about 15 of the trustees and founding members that are now a part of this process, and our job is twofold. One, just to be monitoring what's happening from a regulatory and legislative standpoint. Where could the great resources of EBRI's research really be pointed most effectively, and then bring that into the research committee decision-making process at EBRI to help them again, be on the cutting edge and the early side of the conversations to apply the research that EBRI is so talented at. And then the other responsibility the team has is to develop these forum agendas and hopefully pull together what are really hot topics and meaningful speakers with some thought-provoking content to inform thinking around future policy opportunities in Washington. This year, we've decidedly leaned more towards practical application from employers out in the marketplace and things they're doing and things they're thinking about and things that they're working on to hopefully, with their perspective, inform thinking around policy development. We couple that almost every time with somebody from EBRI. I think we do every time, and some of their great research to kind of, give it a kind of an academic and in-the-field combination. And you'll also see that it's always a panel, with the exception of our closing keynote around some thoughts on policy direction. But we do that purposely too. We want this to be more conversational, so please, it is live streamed. You do need to get to the mics if you ask a question, but we want this to be as interactive as it can possibly be from a interactivity standpoint. So here we go. I'll get out of the way here in a minute. We're going to start with a great conversation around financial wellness. We've got a panel that has amazing insights on what it is. I think that's the first part. Warren will give some definitional work, because I think financial wellness has probably got as many definitions as there probably are people walking around thinking about it. So we'll spend some time talking about financial wellness. After we go through that conversation with Warren and company, we will have some conversations about retirement income. What is it? How do you do it? Why have we spent the last 40 years kind of focused on the takeoff of the accumulation side of retirement savings in an employee benefits construct, and spent really very little time thinking about how do we get down from here? How do we land this airplane that we're flying across the country in? So we've got a lot of conversations there led by David Blanchett from Morningstar. After that, we will get into the healthcare side of things, and it's a fairly foundational debate, I would say, is the way I would describe that panel, talking about today the employer plays a unbelievably core role in delivery of healthcare in the United States for most people. What about it, right? What's the pros and cons of that? I think we've got some, both sides of the issue will be well articulated. We've got some interesting insights there, and again, some in-the-field kind of tactical deployment concepts that we'll also talk about. We'll take time for networking lunch, because we always hear that when you guys come together from far and wide, some of you are local, some of you are not, just some time to talk to each other. We'll give you a break for about an hour to do some networking around lunch. And then right after that, we'll have Kevin Madden from Hamilton Place Strategies come in and talk a little bit about his thoughts on where policy direction's likely headed post the election. Saw him a few weeks ago. He's always quite entertaining, whether you agree with his perspective or not. I think he makes everybody feel like they're welcome members of the debate. So hopefully that's also not just his presentation, but some good conversation with him. So that's our agenda. That's what we plan to do between now and about 2 o'clock this afternoon. I'd like to invite the first panel up, and we'll get things rolling. As they're moving up, I will give you a high-level introduction of each, and then I'll hand it over. I've already mentioned that Warren Cormier, Executive Director of DeCia's Retirement Research Center, will be moderating. Joining him will be Jack Vanderhei. I think everybody here knows Jack, Director of Research for EBRI. Jana Baresi from Walmart. She's the Senior Director of their Federal Government Affairs. We'll talk a little little bit about what Walmart's up to in the financial wellness space. And then Irene Skricky she's the Senior Financial Education Program Analyst for BCFP. So, Warren, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. So one of the first things we want to talk about before I introduce the panel is just what the heck is financial wellness. As Michael was saying, you have as many definitions as you have people. So let's see if how do I get to my slides? Do I keep going? There we are. Wellness, first of all, is not a demographic. It's a psychographic. It's measured with psychographic type questions, and it can be measured. And with the presentation today is going to talk about measurements. But it's a person's relationship with money, how they think about it, how they act around it, how they behave when they with what they have. And what we know is that it's not about how much money you have, although there is a correlation. People with more money tend to have higher financial wellness scores. However, two people with the same financial resources can have very different financial well-being. And so it's not, measurements of resources is not a reliable indicator. As a matter of fact, you might even argue that when you talk about retirement readiness, there should be a factor that says, well, here's what you have. Typically, we look at how much money have you accumulated by what age, but I would suggest that there should be a factor that says, now let's modify that by their financial wellness score. But they can have a very different standard of living. And so I oftentimes hear people say, well, I don't know if I want to measure my employees' financial wellness and tell them about it because they might ask me for more money to make it more. Well, the idea of giving people more money to improve their financial wellness is not a good strategy. As a matter of fact, all you will end up with is a lot wealthier people making the same bad decisions. So it's about the core of what you do and how you think and how you behave, not typically how much money you have. So when you think about what drives financial wellness, you have to look at what behaviorally what people really crave in life, and that applies to financial wellness also and money. People want control. They want to know that they are in charge, that they have something to do with their outcome. They want predictability. They don't like the idea that anything could happen tomorrow and suddenly I will be in chaos. They like safety related to that idea of predictability, but that what I'm doing is safe. They also want access. That is, they want things to happen immediately if they want their money, or that at least they know when they'll be able to get it. And they want freedom. Freedom is kind of two things. I'm sure you've heard this before: freedom to and freedom from. Freedom to, for example, within the context of financial wellness, is I can make, an example of it is I can make a decision regarding my career that doesn't have to only be related to what maximizes my income. That I can take a different, a lower pay, but do what I feel is right for my career. And then freedom from is freedom from fear, freedom from stress, that something could go horribly wrong. So I wanted to talk a little bit about today about the saving at work for a rainy day. I recently worked with Catherine Harvey and David John on a study, a national study on the rainy day savings account. And although this did kind of wade into the issue of financial wellness, it was not primarily about financial wellness, but we saw some things that have to do, I think, are relevant today. By the way, let me just read to you the description of the concept. To help you be prepared for emergencies or unexpected expenses, an amount of money you specify will be deducted from each of your paychecks and deposited into a special savings account set up at a bank or other financial institutions. These transfers from your paychecks and your saving account will continue as long as you would like, and you can stop them any time. You are free to take the money out of the savings account at any time without paying a penalty. There are no fees in this account, no time, at no time is your account information shared. So the study was not about measuring the demand, the specific point estimate of demand, how many people would do this, because that has to do with so many other things, how the plan sponsor, if they decided to do it, markets it, how positive they are about it, or how negative about it. But we did see that a third said they'd be very likely to enroll in this type of program. Again, this is survey, what would you do type thing. An online survey, and then about the same amount said they'd be somewhat likely to do it. So 71% say, I'm leaning in that direction. So we did multivariate analysis to figure out, why would you do that? Why are you leaning in that direction or leaning toward the negative? So what we found is that about 2/3 of the effect, when we ran all sorts of psychographic and demographic variables in the study, we found that 2/3 of the explained variance or of the effect was related to psychographics, not related to demographics. And to get into a couple of those, we asked people, how likely would you be to enroll in emergency savings fund by the amount of non-retirement savings. So this is an example of a demographic that came in, but less than 2,000. If you have less than 2,000 saved in a non-retirement savings account, 82% would be likely to do it. You can see all the way up to 25,000, 52%, but still half would said that they would still do it. We found that it was related to stress. People who feel they're very stressed by their financial situation are much more likely, and these are all significant, we only included significant variables, were much more likely than if you were not at all stressed, but still, even if you weren't, half would do it. If you had to pay for an emergency that was 1 month's, cost 1 month's pay, would it be a crisis or not? You can see that people that are thinking of it as a major crisis or difficult are more likely to do it. So then we asked another question, which was, how would you, among many others, but how would you react to these different messages about and positioning statements about the rainy day account? And I think that's interesting because I think it showed underlying demand, or what drives underlying demand for things that would make them feel better. For example, the most powerful, and we determined these rankings through choice modeling, through what's called max diff. It's a conjoint technique. The most powerful positioning statement was, easily start savings through an account that you control. That was the most powerful thing that you can start. One is access easy, and you're in control. The second, have money tucked away for emergencies that will relieve some stress. Anything I can do to get the stress level down. Routinely set aside money for unexpected events. Access your savings quickly. Again, the access variable, and it's in your name. So these are the types of things that actually increase somebody's financial wellness. That the more of those things that you have, the more that the higher your financial wellness is. If you don't have those other things I mentioned before, control, safety, those, every time you remove one of those, you're increasing people's stress. And financial wellness programs, if done correctly, have the capacity to reinforce all those. So I would offer to you that the needles, as we talked about in the brochure, moving the needle, is the needles are those things. That it's, you can't ask somebody how loyal are you. They can tell you the symptoms of loyalty. You can't ask anybody how financially well are you, but we can measure we can measure the symptoms of how financially well you are. And so when you're creating an index, a measurement, and we're going to hear about that today. Irene is going to talk about that. We are going to we're going to see that the variables that went into their measurement actually are all psychographic, and that you use demographics to then profile who they are. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to turn this over to Jack. Let me just get back here. Jack, as you know, is the research director for EBRI, and then I will introduce our other guests as they come out.
Thank you, Warren. It's a pleasure to be here. What I'd like to do is spend a couple minutes reviewing the findings from EBRI's 2018 Employer Financial Wellbeing Survey. We're probably going to be going through the slides relatively quickly, but the issue brief containing all this information is available up on our website if you'd like to check it out. And before I get started, I want to explicitly thank the funders of the EBRI Financial Wellbeing Research Center, as well as Greenwald & Associates, who assisted us with the survey. A couple things I want to accomplish today. First of all, I want to give you a very quick review of the background and the key findings, but then I want to focus on 4 specific topics. First of all, what steps were taken to understand employees' financial well-being needs, at least among our survey respondents? What factors were important to them in measurement of financial well-being initiatives? What considerations did they make to determine whether or not to offer financial well-being, or whether they plan to do financial well-being in the future? And then finally, what were the challenges to the company in offering financial well-being initiatives? When we get done with that, I want to spend just a couple minutes talking about what we're going to be doing for phase 2 of our Financial Wellbeing Research Center in 2019 as we start building out a database of individual firms and financial service providers. So as far as the background, again, this was a 15-minute online survey. We did 250 full-time benefit decision makers. We did this summer. They had to work at a company with at least 500 employees, so we haven't really looked at the small market yet. And they had at least be interested in offering financial wellness programs. They didn't actually have to have one right now, but at least be interested in doing so. Respondents were required to have at least a moderate influence on their company's benefits program and financial wellness offerings, and they were required to hold an executive officer or manager position in HR, compensation, or finance. And as I mentioned earlier, Greenwald & Associates assisted us and administered the survey. Well, the very first thing to keep in mind, and we basically for today's presentation only bifurcated by size. We also have information breaking it out by industry, if you'd like to see that in the issue brief. But basically, among those in our sample, about 3 in 4 of the firms with 10,000 or more employees currently offer financial wellness initiatives, compared to, if you're looking at that light blue part of the bar, only about half of those with less than 10,000 employees in that sample were actually already offering it. We also found that about a quarter of all firms are highly concerned with their employees' financial well-being. We specifically asked them on a 1 to 10 scale, how concerned were you? And we grouped it in such a way that those with 1 to 6 was low concern, 7 to 8 were moderate concern, and 9 to 10 were high concern. That basically was an even split among the 3 different categories. Firms with high concern, as you might expect, are much more likely to currently offer the financial wellness initiatives. We also found that 4 in 10 of those in the survey considered themselves to be in the pilot stage of offering financial wellness initiatives, and probably a little bit discouraging is we found that only 2 in 10 currently offering financial wellness initiatives consider them to be some kind of a holistic program. So more or less, these are still considered in many cases to be almost a one-off situation. We also found that most employers do or would pay for their financial wellness initiatives. And we also found that 45% of employers would solely fund the initiatives, and only 9% of the respondents said the entire cost would be shifted to the employees. We also found that very few firms are using specific financial wellness metrics or assessments to understand their employees' needs. So what we're going to do now is go through a couple of different slides looking at basically how the respondents said they're trying to understand their employees' financial wellness needs. And these first slides are looking at the fact that you have a relatively small percentage that either conducted a financial wellness needs assessment, that's the top two bars split out by plan size, and if you look at the same situation for those who created a financial well-being score or metric, again, it's the vast minority of those respondents that would use either of those two devices to try to figure out the financial wellness needs of their employees. Well, what about something else? We also looked in the next slide at those who were conducting surveys, and we found that about half of the firms use surveys to try and figure out their employees' financial well-being needs. And as far as focus groups, we found that about a third of the respondents would use focus groups to try to assess their employees' financial wellness needs. And then finally, what about those that did somewhat more of an analytical approach? We found about 2/3 of the firms are examining the data that they already have on hand to do this assessment, while about a third of them are analyzing quantitative data to try to assess the financial needs of their employees. Well, let's move from that to very quickly looking at how the employers, the respondents, said they're going to measure the impact of the financial well-being initiatives. And we asked them basically what are the top 3 factors that either are or will be important in the measurement of your financial wellness initiatives. And probably not too surprising, worker satisfaction and employee stress came out as the top 2 considerations in what they will use to assess whether or not these financial well-being programs are actually doing the jobs that they put them in place for. We also asked them basically what were or will be your top 3 considerations used to determine whether to offer financial wellness benefits to your employees. And we find that there's a number here. First of all, cost was, of course, the most important. Then interest among employees. And then the next 2 use this magic phrase value proposition, which I promise I'll get to in the next slide. We found that about 40% said value proposition to the employees, whereas 27% said it was going to be value proposition to the company. So we changed that into an open-ended question to try and figure out what they were referring to, and you can see there's not a lot of consensus, especially when you break it out by plan size, on what they mean by a value proposition. If you look at that second one on the left-hand side, though, one of the issues that comes up quite frequently when we have this discussion is it going to be an ROI consideration? Is it going to be something that focuses on return on investment? And surprisingly, for the smallest and the largest, you have a fair percentage of individuals that consider that to be the value proposition. But in the middle part, you find that those with 2,500 to 5,000 employees, that it's not as relevant to them. There's a lot of industry correlation going on here with respect to certain entities as far as those responses are concerned, but overall there does not seem to be an overwhelming desire that ROI be a consideration in whether or not these financial well-being programs will be used. The last slide I want to do to just basically go over some of the results is what are the challenges to the company? And let me just very specifically go through each of these. First of all, when we ask them what are the top 3 challenges your company faces or anticipates facing in offering financial well-being benefits in the workplace, complexity of the program, probably not surprisingly, comes in first. Then lack of staff resources to coordinate or market the benefits, lack of interest among the employees, and challenges in making the business case to management and to justify the cost. Now, the one that I've got highlighted in red, lack of ability or data to quantify the value added of the initiative, is basically what I'm going to get to in the next slide as we talk about phase 2. But I think a case could be made that in many cases, those 4 top choices as far as their challenges to the company all could be at least partially alleviated with better data, better analytics for the employer in making those decisions. So what I'd like to spend my remaining 2 minutes on before Warren gives me the hook here is what we're going to do for phase 2 of the EBRI Financial Wellbeing Research Center research agenda for 2019. We have been reaching out to a number of financial service providers as well as a number of employers to try to get information that we could actually use to make quantitative analytical assessments of the effectiveness of this. Basically, what we're doing is we're working primarily with employers to get information on what types of financial well-being initiatives they've had, when they were put in place, and working with the employers and or their consultants get at least flags for the employees to find out which of these employees have actually used those initiatives. Then we will basically be combining that with information that they're providing us in large part on their 401k participants, so we can find out, at least at the first phase, what the impact of many of these programs has on participation decisions, contribution decisions, asset allocation decisions, and probably most importantly, loan activity and hardship withdrawals. After we have that information, many of the employers have indicated at least a willingness to also give us HR information so we can go back and use the same kind of hashing technique. We never get personally identifiable information. We never get a social security number, we never get a name, we never get an address, but basically using a procedure similar to what we're using on our 401k database, we will then basically be able to hash that in to find out information, and many times they want us to analyze absenteeism and some kind of productivity measures. That's what we're trying to establish as an overall common denominator among all the sponsors that are in the database. And then, as you might expect, a lot of the employers have more or less one-off things that they'd like us to look at in addition to that. So this is something that hopefully by the next policy forum in May, we'll actually have the results available and can come back and try and provide some quantitative analytics as far as overall effectiveness, not only for the program, but most importantly, broken out by demographics. So we'll look at it by age, we'll look at it by wage, we'll look at it by tenure, and hopefully be able to provide some sort of at least first blush at where we're going to be going as we build out this Financial Wellbeing Research Center database. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, I'm going to have Irene Stricky take the podium, or you can speak from here if you'd like. Irene is the Senior Financial Education Program Analyst for the Office of Financial Education in the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection. And she's going to talk about another research piece that they call the Pathway to Financial Wellness, and I'll let you explain.
Great. Thank you very much. Glad to be here. I brought all my glasses so I can decide who and what to see at what time. At some point, I've got to make the transition to bifocals, but not yet. So I'm Irene Stricky. Those of you who saw the agenda previously, note I am not Yannicka Ratcliffe, although we each have difficult to pronounce names. She had a family health emergency. I work in her office, and we'll be talking about our financial well-being work. So first, I'll just say, you know, I'm with the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection, so a federal agency that regulates the consumer financial product marketplace, and also helps to educate and inform consumers around financial decision-making, and it's in that latter part, of course, that we are talking about financial well-being. And as a government employee, I have to do the giant disclosure you see up here. This presentation is being made by a BCFP representative, but it doesn't constitute legal interpretation, guidance, or advice, and the presenter, the views may be only mine and not those of the Bureau. So the title of this session is How Do Financial Wellness Initiatives Move the Dial? And of course, to address that question, you need to know what the dial is. How can we measure the impact of these efforts? We need some way to do that. And that came up obviously in what Warren said earlier. And to use a business-oriented term, we think what we all want to know is the return on investment for financial wellness efforts. And to measure that, you're going to need some way to measure the impact. And as you probably all know, it's a lot harder than it sounds. Again, that theme already came up because there's no single financial outcome or goal that all your employees or plan members are trying to achieve. You know, it would be much easier if everyone you were working with had the same goal, say of having $500 emergency fund. Well, then you could measure that, though even that's actually not as easy to measure as it might sound. But that's not the reality we live in. Everyone is trying to do different things. They have different goals. And we really face that same issue for those of us who work in the field of financial education, which is my background. We had that same challenge. It isn't clear how to measure what financial education was accomplishing for the same reason that every program or effort had different goals, it had different interventions, was serving different populations with different goals. And that was really one of the impetus for the Bureau to originally create a financial well-being definition and way to measure it. It's financial well-being, that's the term we use instead of wellness. They, loosely, again, you said there's multiple definitions, but when we talk about well-being, it's really the ultimate goal of financial education or employee financial wellness is really about something that all your interventions are leading to, no matter what the person's goal is. So that it's a subjective concept, and it's somewhat unique to each person. It's how does that person feel about their financial situation and whether they're achieving their own goals. But it also needs to be comparable across people. So we underwent a process to come up with a definition. Some of you may have heard this before. Others from the Bureau, I think, have come to some of these EBRI events in the past, so you may be familiar with it. But I'm now ready to move the slide forward, if I can figure out how. Clicker? Yes. Right arrow. Whoa! So the Bureau several years ago did a process to come up with a definition of talking to consumers, educators, looking at research, whatnot. And so this is a consumer-derived definition of financial well-being. And what it really is 4 parts. It's control over your day-to-day, month-to-month finances, capacity to absorb a financial shock, financial freedom to make the choices to enjoy life, and being on track to meet your financial goals. And we've grouped those here into these nice, clever little boxes. It's really about security and freedom of choice in the present and the future. Is how you can think about that. So control over your day-to-day finances is security in the present and whatnot. And if you think about it, this definition can be used in many ways, but it certainly links to, you can see how workplace financial education or efforts can link to a number of these. Certainly, being on track to meet your financial goals. If retirement is a goal, that's something that employers are going to have a big stake in. Control over your day-to-day, month-to-month finances. If it's where your paycheck comes from, you have an interest, or there is a connection between, direct deposit, access to good financial services, access to savings opportunities. So hopefully this definition resonates across a number of different places and efforts. So again, how this definition plays out for any one person is going to vary depending on that person's situations, goals, choices. So that's nice, great, nice definition. Maybe you like it. What are you going to do with that? We need to know how to measure it. And again, this sort of came up earlier, but as an employer, you or a plan sponsor, you have access to a lot of data. Income, tax and withholding, status, healthcare benefits enrollment, all kinds of different things related to someone's financial status. But those numbers alone, again, don't capture that subjective sense of where someone is in their kind of financial journey. And so we developed a tool to measure financial well-being, that definition you saw on the previous slide. It is a scale, which is a some questions that translate into a single number. That is the financial well-being scale. Let's see. So again, since no single data element can really capture how people feel about their money situation, we have this new scale. It's now a couple years old that will help you measure it. The scale is really designed to let practitioners, researchers, anyone who wants to use it to consistently and accurately quantify something that's not directly observable. And I'll note the scale it's a public resource, it's free and openly available to anybody who wants to use it. We went through a rigorous process to develop this scale, testing with like 13,000 people and all kinds of fancy research techniques that I won't go into to come up with what are sort of 10 deceptively simple questions. I'll read a couple of them. I could handle a major unexpected expense. Does that describe me completely, very well, somewhat? I am securing my financial future. I can enjoy life because of the way I'm managing my money. My personal favorite, giving a gift for a wedding, birthday, or other occasion would put a strain on my finances for each month. If you look at those questions, you can see that they each relate in a different way to those four concepts about control, in the security, control of your day-to-day finances, your financial future. And note that they don't ask any numbers. They don't ask how much money do you make, what's your credit score, what's your savings, what's your debt. It's how you feel about those things. But people actually know their own situation. Again, this has been tested quite rigorously. So you take this, you get a number between 0 and 100, and that is your financial well-being score. I'm going to jump over this to say, so this scale has been out for a couple years. There's a number of things that you can do with it. You can assess someone initially when they come in, if you're an educator or an employer or really anybody who wants to use this. You can track individual progress over time to see how people's well-being is moving. You could use it to assess your own kind of benefits offerings and your communications. Are people responding to different things that you're putting out? And of course, financial well-being survey research is one of the big uses that other researchers are using this for. In the employer context, I'll go back here. Again, you could use it, or a plan sponsor, you could use it to really better understand the people you're serving. It can provide data to assess your benefit strategy. It can help your organization identify needs or opportunities and adjust your products and services. And of course, measuring how scores change over time. So that's the well-being, and I'll just say a couple things. So one value to this scale, in addition to the fact that it's been kind of researched and validated and all those research terms, is that we did do a national survey, so we have nationally representative data, so we know a fair amount of the state of financial well-being in America. The answer is 54. That's simple. All you need to know, 54. We had actually set the scale to have the median be around 50. But you can see, if you know what histogram is, it shows that it is a normal distribution. About a third of Americans kind of fall in the middle, between 50 and 60, about a third below 50, about a third above 60. And we have more detailed benchmarking data, but essentially below 50, you're really struggling to make ends meet regularly. Above 60, you're generally doing pretty well and not struggling month to month. And in the middle, it's kind of more mixed bag. So we have much more detailed information about different segments, how different things connect to financial well-being, all in lengthy data reports we won't go into now. But again, if you do use this scale in your own work, the nice thing is that there's a body of national research, so you can kind of see where the people you're working with actually, how they fit into kind of a bigger picture. So you can say, well, great, this is nice. Maybe I'm convinced now. It's a nice tool. Sure, maybe we'll use it, but we're trying to talk about what can move the needle, what could actually impact financial well-being and improve it. So do we have anything to say on that? Why, yes, we do. That's why I'm here. Clicker. We took this data, again, this large national survey that asked the well-being questions, but also a number of other demographic, income, financial experiences, financial stress, financial confidence, and we did some research on that. And this is what we found. love this slide because like the researchers lean forward. They're like, oh, look at that. I see model fit, and everyone else leans back. Don't worry, I won't actually speak about this. What we found was a pathway. And the more, again, for the researchers, this is all available should you want to study all these little things. But what we did was we held constant, income, demographics, all the kind of things that were that do have an impact on well-being, to see, again, for someone of the same income, the same profile generally, if they have different well-being, what is it that's different? Because if their income is the same, it's not about income. If their background and socioeconomic status is the same, that's not the cause either. And so the simplified version of this kind of scary diagram is 4 simple boxes. Now this anyone can understand. What we found is that financial skill leads to financial behavior. The financial behavior leads to different financial situation, the objective facts of your financial life leading to financial well-being. It sounds kind of like, well, that sounds like, all right, that's fine. But notice the things that aren't here. So knowledge falls out of the equation when you control for other things. So what really matters, knowledge is important, and it's wrapped up in some of these other things too. But financial skill is what really jumped out. And what we define, financial skill is defined as knowing how to find information. So you don't need to know all the details of your retirement plan or of compound interest or bank products. You need to know how to find it. You need to know how to apply it, process it and apply it to your situation. And you need to know how to execute on it. It's a 3-part definition of skill. So it's really knowing how to do something rather than knowing all the facts about it. And it's true, right? How many of us really know all the facts? We just know we know the trusted sources, we know who to ask, we know how to get to the information. And so, again, knowledge is important, and we also found financial confidence and self-efficacy is very important. But financial skill was the thing that really jumped out when we counted for everything else. And the nice thing is that is something that financial educators, that employers, that plan sponsors, that others can have an impact on. It's something that you can help people with. You can teach financial skill. Now, this is all fairly new. We just released this a couple months ago. So we're still exploring financial skill. What does it mean? How does it get implemented? So hopefully we'll have more to say, and we'd love to learn more from everyone who's working on these issues as well over time. But it is something we think that can have an impact, and certainly in the employer context or the plan sponsor context. I think you think about open enrollment, signing up for benefits, things like that. Think about how you could better help people manage that information, make good decisions, find good information, compare it, connecting people to financial advisors through EAP. There's any of a number of things that could kind of build on this financial skill concept, I think, in the areas that all of you are working. So this is kind of, after many years of work, these 4 boxes sum up our entire financial well-being work. And so, to summarize, hopefully the scale may be something you want to use. I can answer, we have lots of more information. We have reports on all this. I'm happy to say more, but the short message is scale may be something to use to measure your impact, and financial skill may be the intervention or the concept that you want to kind of infuse into your work to increase financial well-being. I will stop there.
Okay. Thank you. For Q&A after all the presentations, I want to have Gina Baresi of Walmart take actually you're going to start to speak right from here. So we've had 2 presentations on research regarding financial wellness. Jenna is now going to talk about more of an experience with programs. She's going to focus on what they learned about financial wellness based on 2 things. Their experience in the consumer-facing financial services business, and also through a program that they are running with their associates using an app called Even. And so, Jana, can you?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to speak from here, and I don't have slides. So thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. So as Warren said, I'm Jana Baresi. I work on the federal government affairs team for Walmart here in Washington, D.C., but I've supported and worked closely with our consumer-facing financial services team and our employee benefits team, particularly in the area of financial innovation and opportunities for both audiences to kind of find new and different ways to both access financial services and enhance opportunities for savings. So just a few quick stats on Walmart. Many of you may know this, but we're the largest private sector employer in the United States. We have about 1.5 million employees in the United States, about 5,000 stores around the country, home office, corporate headquarters, still in Bentonville, Arkansas, where Sam Walton founded the company over 50 years ago. But we do have some growing technology operations in California and San Bruno, in Hoboken, New Jersey, Austin and Dallas, Texas, and Reston, Virginia as well. So kind of the traditional retail business, but also a growing kind of e-commerce business as well. About 140 million people shop in our stores or visit our website every single week. So we obviously touch in some way many, many Americans sort of across all spectrums. It really is a reflection of the country, our customer base. So one thing I want to talk about too that I think is important in framing this up, and was thinking about this as the other folks were talking. So as we think about our employee base, we've done a really increasingly deliberate focus over the past couple years in investing in stability and mobility for our associates. And so what that means is a couple things. One, a few years ago, we announced a targeted $2.7 billion investment in wages and training for associates. We kind of built on that earlier this year, and as part of that, that included expanding paid leave to our full-time hourly associates. We are a bit unique in retail in that we have a majority full-time workforce, but a large chunk of the workforce is in the hourly space. And one of the other things that we've done a lot of work around is scheduling. So as we think about sort of the stresses for families, a lot of that relates to managing things like childcare, right? And so giving people good visibility into their schedules and what shifts they'll be working, in our case, at least 2 weeks in advance. And so I think those are important things that we've done to sort of address some of these issues as well. On the mobility side, part of that is some of our in-house training. So we've got a big program called Walmart Academies. We've put about 400,000 associates through that program just this year. And so part of that is upskilling associates and sort of giving them more visibility into the pathways for them in terms of career development. And we also rolled out a new college benefit program, so an associate can pursue college basically debt-free, so at the cost of $1 a day for them. So again, thinking about sort of the environment that they're working in and sort of creating those opportunities for stability and mobility. So to speak to our consumer-facing financial services business, so we are not a bank, we don't have a bank. Sort of what we do is provide access points with partners for consumers that are unbanked, underbanked, or in some cases unhappily banked. That happens more than you think. And so there are a lot of ways that we can do that, but really our sort of guiding principle is transparent fee structures, so no surprises for consumers. And we do that in a lot of different ways. So we've got a prepaid card product. We do some checking account alternative products with Amex and Green Dot, which is also our prepaid card administrator. We do check cashing, but we do it at a flat fee. So you may know a lot in the check cashing industry, a lot of times it's a percentage of the face value of the check. And so we do that at a flat fee to save consumers money. We've also driven down prices significantly on money transfers. We have bill pay services. So again, all of that for our consumer that may not be able to readily access the traditional banking system. It gives them options to access financial services in a way that they can manage, and that's much more price transparent for them. They're not getting hit with unexpected fees. One cool innovation that we did in our money card product, and we worked really closely with Green Dot, who's the card administrator, and Commonwealth, which is an organization that's done a lot of research on savings and how to incentivize savings, particularly related to gamification. And so with the Savings Vault, what we did is create actually a prize-linked savings program. So it sort of taps into the psychology of lottery, but without the downside. And so basically, each dollar that a cardholder puts into the savings vault each month enters them into a sweepstakes drawing. And so we do a number of cash prizes each month. There's one $1,000 prize each month. And since the inception of that program, we've actually had about $1 billion that has come through the vault. And again, so the way that it works kind of functionally in the card is that you take that money kind of out of your primary transaction account, you set it aside in the vault, but you can move it back anytime. But the goal is to create those incentives for short-term kind of incremental savings, because as we, as a lot of us know, the statistic that 44% of Americans, couldn't address a financial emergency without borrowing or selling something, it sort of gets at that those short-term sort of incremental savings needs. So that's one of the cool innovations that we've done on the consumer-facing side of the financial services business. So in terms of the Even app, this is a really cool innovation. It's actually been out now to our associates for almost exactly a year. And it's a financial management tool, and so it's delivered via an app. And what it does is, so the associate through Even connects their primary transaction account, and the app learns based on bills that are coming in and or money coming in and bills that are going out, what the okay to spend balance is. So when you go to the app, the balance you see is not your balance, it's the okay to spend balance. And so that tells you, based on, you may have rent coming or whatever, here's what you have for discretionary income. What's really cool, and this is, I think, a fascinating technology unlock, because when you think about it, the way we all get paid is really antiquated, right? It's, biweekly. House staffers on Capitol Hill still get paid once a month. So it's an antiquated way based on, when it was really expensive to, cut a lot of checks. If life happens for an associate and they need to meet a financial need, and to help them avoid falling into maybe an overdraft fee or a late fee situation, the app allows them to pull forward a portion of their earned wages. So it's not a loan, it's wages that they have earned in their own pay period. But what they can do is trigger what's called an InstaPay. And I think they can get about up to 50% of their wages, so not the whole thing, but a portion of it. And the average, so what's interesting too is we're seeing use of this across both the hourly and salaried universe of associates. The average InstaPay is about $170. And just to step back kind of one moment on Even generally, we have about, since the inception a year ago, about 300,000 active users of the app. 45% of people are going to it every single day of those active users, and about 80% are using it every week. So really good kind of usage. And again, the goal was, how do we help give people tools that allow them to avoid some of the situations where they might be facing additional fees or cost because of the timing of when they're getting paid, not because of the money that they're going to get, because of the timing of it. So in some of the early research, we found a couple interesting things. Most notably, we found, and this is Even's research, that per InstaPay, associates are saving $24 in bank fees. We have found that incidence of reliance on payday loans has decreased. And this is very early, but directionally, we actually think it's helping minimize turnover, because one of the challenges for some new associates is that, depending on the timing of when they start, it can be a while before they get paid. And so this is helping to bridge that gap. So again, that's sort of early, and we think we're seeing that, and more research to come on that. So just a few examples of, I think, some interesting practical applications of where we're focused on different types of incentives and services for both our customers and our associates to address some of these short-term financial challenges, with the hope of, if you help people work through some of those, then there's more opportunity to talk to them about potentially what longer-term savings options and financial tools might look like for them. So, thanks.
Thank you. Okay. question and answer. Yes.
Tim, if you could come, Tim, could you come to a mic, because we've got people on the live stream. Sure. Thank you.
Thanks for setting this up. Jana, my question for you, when it came to offering your employees these benefits, did management have any concerns about the fiduciary role that they'd be playing in offering these particular products and services to your employees?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think that it was sort of seen as a tool that we could provide, and sort of addressing, some of the stresses and challenges that we talk about in terms of when and how people can access their own wages. And so really I think it was kind of the technology unlock in a way, and getting to an understanding that it was possible to do it, right? And I know it's something that our financial services leadership has been thinking about for a long time. And so I think we thought, it's one thing to bring that sort of out to the market in a consumer-facing way, but we're the biggest employer, and so the best thing we could try to do is try to do it and figure it out on our own. So.
Other questions?
Irene, this slide, glad this slide is still up here, resonates with me. I mean, our experience is the education is good, but the education doesn't lead to the behavior change. So can you comment a little bit more about the skill aspect and maybe other research and work you're going to do to get underneath that?
Sure, and if you like this slide, I can put up the more complicated one too, that might make you feel better. Yeah, so one of the things I didn't mention is we measured financial skill. So you might say, well, how did you actually figure out financial skill? We actually put out with the report, and these are all, there's reports, the Pathways report here. I have one copy, so if anybody wants them, they're all online. But we also came up with a financial skill scale, which is, we haven't been promoting as much because it's newer and we don't know as much about how it's going to play out kind of in practice. But this research is pretty new, so we're just trying to figure out what the financial skill concept will look like in practice. We do want to gather from practitioners. I work more with the financial education field. I have colleagues, including Ken sitting back there, who works more with employers in the workplace context. And I think we want to be trying to understand from people out there how this will actually play out. So we don't have all the answers yet on financial skill, other than we know that it matters. We have a definition. We have some questions you can ask to determine someone's financial skill. But we're still, even with the well-being scale, we're still in the phase of understanding what is a meaningful change, how do we make that kind of change. So it may be too early for us to have any definitive answers on skill, other than to say we've got a definition for it, we have a way to measure it, we have some initial ideas on how you could implement, but it's early to say here's the exact 5 things that you should be doing to build financial skill. What I would like is to come back in a year and have you tell me what worked out, in the work that all of you are doing around financial skill. So.
All right, other questions?
Jana, this is a great presentation. Actually, everybody's great presentation. But Jana, your specifics, Tom Johnson Retirement Clearinghouse, if I'm supposed to declare. I'm interested in your did the first presenters' information resonate with you and remind you or inform your activities, or are they sort of putting you on the spot in that regard, but be interested in your comment.
Yeah, I think so. I think that we, in particular, have learned a lot from, as I alluded to, the consumer-facing financial services business, right? And where the pressure points are for people to sort of, one, access the financial services marketplace, right? I mean, for a lot of people, there are, significant barriers to entry, and then it becomes very costly for them to be in that system, right? And so, some of the things we're not going to be able to solve entirely, but where are the places where we can, use our scale and our ability to partner with, knowledgeable players in the space to drive access, price transparency. One of the things I would say too is, we forget sometimes, but there are a lot of people that still kind of operate in cash, right? And so some of the services we provide are simply to help people access the digital economy with cash. So that's loading prepaid cards. In fact, we just announced a program with PayPal where you can cash load into your PayPal account from a Walmart register. And so, yeah, I think it all resonates, but sort of where we're sitting is sort of in the practical application of it, and what are the things that we can do both as an employer, but also a retail business that wants to, look, if people can save money on fees, that's good for us. Like that's more groceries they can buy, right? And so I think we're constantly thinking creatively about innovations and partnerships that can help us do that. So.
We had another question right here.
Yeah, I was wondering for the researchers, to what extent are you now at the point where you can build on other folks' research to bring us to a kind of a cohesive idea of what is retirement financial education and how does it impact behavior? Are you able to build on each other's research yet, and do you think there's any emerging theories coming, or is it just still so early that it's a lot of original research?
So we have done extensive quantitative research on the effect of financial literacy on behavior, and we found that the impact, these are our studies, has been, now we're all for financial education, more knowledge, et cetera, but I think someone mentioned earlier, I think you'd mentioned, or somebody mentioned that the knowledge factor is not very powerful in actually affecting behavior. That, you tell people if you smoke cigarettes, you'll get cancer, yet people continue. And finally, we priced them out of the market. That was the only way to get them to stop, not through education. So, so we have done that type of research, and we'll be doing some more on that. But we find that actually people, what people think they know is more powerful in affecting behavior than what they actually know. That is, if they think they know a lot, they are more free, or they are freer to take an action. So it's a obviously a very complicated topic, but yeah, so we are looking at that.
I'll actually jump in here as well. The Bureau has another kind of signature effort or publication called the Principles for Effective Financial Education, and it applies to any financial education, not just retirement-based, but again, a report that we have online where we found, looking at across lots of evaluations of rigorous evaluations of effective financial education programs, there are kind of 5 factors. The first was to know your customer, so to really customize it to the person, not just give a one-size-fits-all. The second was to provide timely and relevant information. So information matters, but right, it has to be at the time when the person needs it. I mean, again, these feel intuitively obvious, but surprisingly, I think not all programs do this all the time. So the timely, relevant information. The third was to build financial skill, actually, which actually came out before we did this study, but helping people to build the skills that will help them. The fourth was to build on motivation, so to really understand how to help people, find out what motivates them, persevere, stick with it, have plans if things, plan of action if things go wrong in their financial kind of trajectory. And then the fourth was to make it easy to make the right decision and act on it. And that's really kind of decision context, behavioral economics type stuff and that's where employers, plan sponsors have an incredible ability to make the decision context work for people, make it easier for people, right? The classic opt-in versus opt-out or auto-enroll for retirement. So thinking about the context in which a person is making a decision and either fixing it if you control the context or helping the consumer to navigate that, to understand, gee, I could sign up for reminders, I could sign up for things that will help me make the decision easier. So those 5 principles, I think, are characteristics of good financial education programs. Generally, you'd have to think through how it applies specifically to retirement, but that would be my kind of suggestion of how to think about retirement education or retirement programs.
Thank you. We are out of time. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Great. All right, we're going to move to our next panel. I'd like to call up David Blanchette, Head of Retirement Research from Morningstar, will moderate. Peter Brady, Senior Economist at the Investment Company Institute. Craig Copeland, Senior Research Associate from EBRI. Jeff Hudson, Chief Communications Officer from the Indiana Public Retirement System. And Diana Winalski, Head of 401k Product Management International Paper. As you can see in your materials, what we're going to talk about now is that ever elusive definition of the transition to retirement income from the accumulation phase. A lot of things to talk about here. So we'll give it another second or two for people to get settled in, and then I will hand it to David. So. Oh, yours, you good? Sure, yeah. Thanks, David. You guys want to hold this up here, or do you want to go straight from the podium? We'll go podium. Okay.
Good morning. We've got a great panel today. I'm going to first introduce and thank our speakers. First up, we're going to have Peter Brady. He's a senior economist with the Investment Company Institute. He's going to talk about annuities, the composition of retirement resources, and his personal favorite form of guaranteed income. Next up, we've got Craig Copeland, senior research associate with EBRI. He'll be talking about the IRA spin-down behaviors among the 60-plus crowd. Then Jeff Houston, Chief Communication Officer with the Indiana Public Retirement System. He'll be talking about updates on their retirement plan, in particular some things they've been doing around stopping annuitizing DC accounts and the expectations around financial education. And then Diana Winalski, Head of 401k Product Management at International Paper, talking about what they're doing to help their participants retire successfully. So with that, I will turn it over to Peter.
All right, thank you, David, and thanks to EBRI for inviting me to talk today. So discussions of retirement income typically start with the assumption, either implicit or explicit, that retirees need more annuity income. So what I want to do in my talk today is review why we think individuals should annuitize their wealth at retirement, assess the extent to which their wealth is already annuitized, and then ask if people do need more annuity income, what's the best way to get it? So the annuity puzzle, that that we believe that retirees should annuitize their wealth, yet few do, dates, the belief that there is one dates back to the 1960s. There was a seminal research paper, and that research paper predicted that provided they didn't want to leave assets to their kids, rational individuals would choose to annuitize all their wealth at retirement. So that result comes from a simple life cycle model, and so here's a simple example of that model to provide some intuition. So suppose there's an individual starts off working at age 22, works to age 67, and has the observed hump-shaped earnings. The question the model tries to answer is, how much would that individual spend in each period of her life? And the answer to that question is, if you're rational, and given the prevailing interest rates that were around when I made this example up many years ago, she would she would spend exactly $51,600 in each period of her life. How would she do that? Well, early on, she'd spend more than her income actually, and she'd take on debt, pay that off. Sometime after age 40, when that's paid off, she starts saving for retirement. At retirement, take all the wealth they have and purchase an actuarially fair, inflation-indexed annuity, which will pay a flat inflation-indexed amount the rest of her life. Okay? This created a puzzle because most U.S. households don't buy any annuities, much less annuitize all of their wealth. So there are at least two potential explanations for this puzzle. The typical explanation for it is that individuals, households are behaving irrationally. But the other explanation is the model's not very good. So the existence of the puzzle raises the question, are individuals behaving irrationally, or are economists not very good at predicting what rational people would do? So there are certainly, to some extent, it's at first glance at least somewhat easy to poke some holes in the model. It's a very simple model. I mean, there's no government, there's no financial sector. Consumption is one unitary good. That's all you can buy. And over the years, many have pointed out some of its shortcomings. For example, typical studies that use the model will assume that individuals can buy an actually fair annuity, and market priced annuities, because of both transaction costs, but also because of adverse selection, are not actuarially fair. Also, typical studies don't take into account other annuitized resources people have, particularly Social Security benefits, usually incorporate very little uncertainty, and are only considering single individuals. So it turns out if you're married and you and your spouse make the following agreement, when one of us dies, the other one gets to keep all the assets, that actually provides nearly as much insurance benefits as a market-priced annuity. Now, so you'd think incorporating these things into the model would change the predictions, because that would kind of make sense. It turns out it doesn't change the predictions, something I would only believe after I went through the math. But a recent paper made me feel much better about the time I wasted on this exercise, because what they show is that the model from the seminal research paper is the results from that model are not just robust, they are astoundingly robust. You can essentially hit the model with a thermonuclear blast, it does not budge. Okay? And they point out what they believe is the source of this robustness, and that is the assumption that individuals know with certainty the probability they will survive in all future years. If you instead assume that people over the course of their life gain information about their own mortality, I mean, ain't that the truth, right? Then the results of the model change radically. For example, they build a model where they start with a basic model, and they make one simple change. They say, over the course of people's lives, they experience health events, and those health events both give them more information about their own individual mortality probability and are costly, either in terms of lost income or out-of-pocket expenses. With that one change, the result that people annuitize all their wealth disappears. And that's even assuming there are no transaction costs, no adverse selection, and no incentive, and people don't want to leave things to their children. As a matter of fact, what they predict is that most U.S. households will not annuitize any of their wealth. Right? So my answer to this question is that I think many economists have gotten it wrong. And what I find puzzling is not that retirees don't annuitize all their wealth, but that some economists think perhaps they should. So I think a reasonable starting point, a reasonable starting point for discussing retirement income is assume that people want to annuitize some of their wealth, but not all of it. That is, for some people, retirement or income security means having a pot of money that they can access if they need to fix the transmission, buy a new refrigerator, or get sick. And once we agree that people want to annuitize some but not all their resources, then the next step is to look at what they have and assess to what extent is it already annuitized. And when you do that, what you see is that the need for additional annuity income is going to differ dramatically across households. Okay. So retirees rely on a number of resources. The primary resource is Social Security. Social Security pays benefits in the form of an inflation-indexed annuity. Many households also own their own home, and a home is an important retirement resource. Not because people sell their homes and use the proceeds to buy groceries, it's just that they live in their homes. And in that sense, it's a form of annuitized wealth because compared to renting, they don't need to generate as much monthly income. In addition, most working households hit retirement with at least something from employer plans and IRAs. And traditional defined benefit plans often pay benefits in the form of an annuity. So the next few slides I'm going to look at in more detail at these resources. So what this slide shows is projected Social Security benefits for someone born in the 60s. And what this shows is that after taxes, the average worker, and these are per worker, not per household, is expected to get about $23,000 of benefits in today's dollars if they claim at age 67, which will be their full benefit age. But the average does not tell the whole story. like a traditional pension, the more you earn, the more Social Security benefits you get. Right? And so it ranges quite a bit from about $13,000 per worker if you're in the bottom earning 20% of households, to about $32,000 if you're in the top 20% of earning, top earning 20%. Probably what's more important for our discussion today is the replacement rate. So what this shows is replacement Social Security benefits as a percentage of your inflation-indexed average earnings. All right? And again, this is for the same cohort, born in the 60s. On average, Social Security benefits for people claiming age 67 are projected to replace 65% of average inflation-indexed earnings. But again, the average doesn't tell the whole story. What's unique about Social Security is that unlike a regular pension, the replacement rate is much higher for lower income people. It replaces much higher share of earnings. So it's 98% for the lowest earning 20%, goes down to about 39% for the highest earning. In addition to Social Security, most working households have, by the time they reach retirement, accumulated something in a defined contribution plan or IRA, the light blue, a defined benefit, which is the dark blue on the bottom, or both, which is the medium blue in the middle. Okay? Again, the average over everybody does not tell the whole story. If you look at the differences by ranked households by income, nearly everyone in the top 3 quintiles, the top 60%, have these resources, fewer in the bottom 2 quintiles. This is fully consistent with the design of Social Security we just saw. Social Security is designed to be the primary resource for lower income households. Higher income households will need to supplement Social Security to maintain their standard of living. Now, if we put it all together, I'm sorry, one more thing. The same pattern that we saw in ownership is also reflected in the amount people have. So if you look at people who have retirement assets, the median amount is $120,000, and the average amount is about $370,000. But again, that's going to vary radically depending on where you are in the income distribution. And this is fully consistent with the Social Security. But I think this is an important picture to keep in mind when we discuss annuitization, because this probably represents a pretty good upper bound estimate of what the pool of resources available to annuitize are. Okay. So now we put it all together, and we look at what this chart shows is the results of a study that looked at a comprehensive measure of wealth for people nearing retirement. It includes the normal measures of wealth, but also includes the value of future Social Security benefits and the value of future defined benefit benefits. As we already mentioned, there are 3 assets that are already effectively annuitized, 3 parts of wealth: Social Security, the green, your home equity, the purple, and defined benefit plans, which are the blue. All right, so the discussion of retirement income and what should we do about retirement income is really about what should we do with the remainder of assets, DC plans, IRAs, and things held outside of retirement accounts. What percentage of those assets should we also annuitize? So when I look at this, I don't see a picture of people who are under annuitized. I don't see an annuity puzzle. To me, many individuals, particularly lower income individuals, already have most of their wealth annuitized. Okay. Higher income individuals may need to annuitize more wealth, and this may increase over time as DC plans become more important. Okay. But the next question is, for those households that do need more annuity income, what's the best way to purchase that annuity income? And as I mentioned before, what this shows is for individuals born in the 60s who claim at age 67, their projected benefits are about $23,000 in today's dollars. But depending on when they claim, that'll change quite a bit. And these adjustments are designed to be actuarially fair. Okay? So the best way to get more annuity income is to delay claiming Social Security. Why do I say that? Well, the benefit adjustments are designed to be actuarially fair. And market price annuities are not actuarially fair. Some of that's because of transaction costs, but a whole lot of that is adverse selection. That is, they don't pay off, they estimate to pay about 80, 85 cents for the average person because the average annuitant lives a lot longer than the average person. Okay? But it turns out it's even better than that. These adjustments were designed when interest rates were higher and people didn't live as long. So it's actually better than actuarially fair at the moment. So I want to make 2 notes about this. One is that delaying claiming Social Security does not mean you have to keep working, okay? Well, all this means is you delay claiming, take the money you would have used to buy a private market annuity, live off of that. When it's exhausted, then you claim. Okay, so you don't have, this doesn't mean you have to work longer. The other thing is that not everyone should wait till age 70 to claim Social Security benefits. All right? It doesn't mean you should delay as long as possible. It just means anyone who buys a private market annuity should delay as long as possible. Okay. All right. So to sum up, my view is that the retirees' need for regular income represents a market opportunity, but not a public policy concern. Okay. Most Americans are already highly annuitized, and all but very high income households can get all the annuity they need simply by delaying claiming. However, just because it's not a public policy issue doesn't mean there's not a market for these things. And I think it's a market opportunity both for financial firms to create products that generate regular income and for employers who want to design a compensation package that can attract really high quality workers. So I do think it's a market opportunity. I just don't think it's a public policy concern.
Thank you. I'm going to look at what people are actually doing with their IRA. Are those balances changing? Are they, and how fast they're going down, or are they preserving them as they go throughout retirement years? This is going to be part of a much broader study that's going to be coming out in early next year from EBRI, and it uses our IRA database, which is something that we started in 2010, and we are able to link people over time so we can actually follow people as they go through the retirement years. And in particular, we're going to be focusing on people 60 and older in this particular study. The one thing that we can see is in 2016, we had a significant number of accounts, 24 million, that belong to 19.1 million individuals, because we're able to link up those that have more than one account, and it represented about $2.36 trillion. I compared our database to what is in the IRS tabs that show taxpayers, and kind of you can see these numbers that they are very similar across both the IRS tabs and what is in our database. So this is a very good representation of what is going on in the IRA market. A couple quick stats here. We're about 25 to 30% of the assets and about 30% of the individuals that own a IRA in this database. So this is kind of showing what the capability of what we're going on this database, and can kind of look at what people are doing over time, which really kind of gets into what's happening with the dollars over time. Are people preserving these accounts? Are they drawing them down too fast? Or are they closing them? And that's all the important things that could happen for in the IRAs. So these are some of the variables that we can look at, and that'll be more explored in the study. I'll go through a couple of these demographic examples as we go through this presentation. So again, getting back to the goals of this presentation, I want to see what is happening. How are the balances changing? I'm going to be starting in 2012 in this particular study. I'm going to see what has happened to the balance in 2015. Has it increased, decreased, or has the account gone to zero, or has it been closed in that amount of time? So we can kind of see, are these people maintaining these IRAs? And the big question is, because this is where most of the employer money at retirement is ending up. It's not staying in the DC plan. It's ending up in the IRA. So this is kind of the action of where decumulation is happening in many cases for those that have built up some assets. So we're going to be calculating the percentage differences. I'm only looking at people 60 and older, so we're kind of focusing in on the retirement. I will show one slide on what people are actually doing when they reach the age that they have to take out a distribution. You know, RMD age 71 or older, 70 and a half. I have whole years here, so we're going to use 71. And again, I'm going to be focusing on traditional IRAs, so we're not contaminating what is being taken out from a Roth IRA when it doesn't have to be taken out. And lastly, I'm going to compare these results to some results that we had previously done from HRS, from a study from Sudipto Banerjee, to kind of look at how these results correlate. Because one thing that we know, just because the money is coming out of the IRA, it doesn't necessarily mean it's being spent. It's just coming out of the IRA. whereas the HRS study is looking at total assets, so you can kind of see a loose comparison of how those kind of correlate or how they look illustratively compared to those, what's going on in the IRA versus the total asset changes that is shown in the health and retirement study. So that is what we're going to be looking at today to go forward. First of all, just what's happened from these accounts for those 60 and older, broken out by age. You can see that over 80% of the accounts after 3 years are still there. We have about 20% that either go to zero or closed for most age groups until you get out to the 85 and older. And there's a good chance that there is a correlation between account being closed and death after 85 plus. So that's kind of really what could be potentially driving that, but you would expect that. But still, even 80% all the way up to 85 is still being preserved at some sense in that account going forward after from 12 to the end of 15. So we still see quite a bit of money as being preserved, at least some. Now, to look at the differences, we break out whether the balance is increased or decreased. And so the top bracket is the decreases, the top blues are the decreases, the bottom lighter blues are the ones that are actually at least staying the same, if not increasing. So you can still see that even when you get out to the 75 and 84 age group, 40% of the accounts have increased in their balances from 2012 to 2015. And again, just because people are having to take withdrawals doesn't necessarily mean that the balance is going down. Particularly in a period where the stock market has been good, we can still see that what is being required to take out is less than what people are getting in returns. We do see that it does go up in age is more likelihood because, again, people are required to take out more as you get older. And so we could see that it goes down to, you get 85 plus, there's still 23% of the accounts are being stay the same or increasing, but 3/4 are decreasing. But at the younger ages, it's well over 65% for 60, 35% are going down. So remember, this does include those that go to zeros. So some of those are because it's closed, some of that's because the balance is going down. But still, we see the majority of the accounts, regardless of majority of accounts overall, pretty much until you get over 75, a majority of the accounts are increasing during this 3-year period, even though in some of these ages are during required withdrawal periods. The next one, we look at account balances. What's interesting is that really there is much more closure or going to zero for small accounts. It's not surprising. Small accounts are most likely going to be cashed out because those people are most likely going to need that money. There's not as much money to preserve. But when you get out to the really large accounts, you see that we're almost getting to 90% of those accounts are still staying there. So they're still being preserved in a way that they go out. Even going down to 75,000, we're well over 80 in these accounts. But what's really interesting is that the balance really doesn't have an effect on whether the account has gone down or gone up. It's almost a straight line all the way across, regardless of the account balance size, of the percentage of accounts that have balances that have gone up during this period versus those that have gone to zero or decreased over this period. So really there isn't much correlation with action of increase of balances by the size of the balance. That seems to be pretty much the same regardless of the balance. What's different, though, was the age. There is some age effect. Excuse me. There was some age effect. Obviously, as they get older, they're going to be pulling out more and they're going to be going down. But the balance itself doesn't seem to be as big a factor on whether the account balances are going up or going down. And the one thing that we find at is what we look at what people are actually withdrawing for those accounts that for people that make it to 71. What are they doing? This one, I'm actually looking at an entire 6-year period. I'm looking at from those 2010 to 2016 to see what their withdrawal rates are. Basically, I'm going to average it, do a geometric average over that period to see what their withdrawal rates were for those years. We could see that if you really look from the 25th percentile of all the individuals in each of these age groups that we looked at, what their withdrawal rates, when you go from 25 to 75%, there's only a 2 percentage point difference. In most cases, it does go up with age, as you would expect. Their RMD goes up, so you would expect that the average amount that they're taking each year is going up. But it's still pretty consistent, even from the 25th all the way up to the 70th percentile, on the average amount of taking out. And you can see at the median, it's basically 4, 5, or 6%. For the middle age groups from the 71 to 84, it really doesn't bounce up to well above kind of the 4% rule or kind of what the RMD is until you get to the 85 plus. And that's where you're getting the really old people that have to take an RMD that would be much more than this area. So you can see that once they reach 71, when you look at the middle 50%, and certainly the lowest 25% has to be even lower, they're really not taking out at a rate that these accounts are going to be withdrawn completely by the time they retire. By the die. So there is good evidence here that people are maintaining these accounts once they reach this age, and they're following what we can see in many cases. They're actually only taking out what the required minimum distribution is. So they are essentially going to have money to live through their death if they get this, certainly when they get this far. The one thing I talked to you, I want to do a loose comparison of comparing it because, as I said, the IRA doesn't mean they're spending it when they're withdrawing it. HRS looks at total assets. This is kind of a loose comparison of what's going on here, but there's a couple things. The HRS is when they stop working. I'm doing from everyone from age 65 and older to compare. I'm looking at it the 3 years. The HRS study did a much longer period. I'm only looking at it for the first 3 to 4 year cycle because it's every 2 years. I'm using the 2012 to 2015 sample, and I include rollovers just to see. So when you compare it, so carefully before we go across the x-axis, we have 3 different groupings of the account balance size when they retire for HRS versus when we start this in 2012. We could see that there's not much difference because we go up, people have less than 20%, so that would be people at 0, that's the bottom bar, all the way up to gradations where we get to 100% or more at the top. And we could see that from the IRA database, which is the left of each of these groups of borrowings, we can see that 50% are 100% or more, regardless of the account balance. We could kind of see that it's kind of similar to what the changes in the total assets are from the HRS. There's a little bit of difference for the small account balances. They're more likely to go to 0 or to be less than 100% as opposed to there's a little bit more, it'd be 100% or more from the IRA database. But again, there's some clear correlation after the first 3 or 4 years of what's going in the IRA looks to be similar to what's going on in the HRS study of overall assets. So it kind of gives us that this is potentially a good indicator of what's happening to overall assets of what's going on. So that is where I want to stop and hand it over to Jeff.
So what I'll have for you today is maybe a bit more of a case study. There's a little bit of research in here, but there's some storytelling too. So I'll tell you the story about some transitions that came with the Indiana Public Retirement System, particularly in how annuities were handled, and particularly annuities with members' defined contribution accounts. I'll give you a little bit of at-a-glance information, but I'm going to go pretty quickly through this because it just gives you an idea of what the plan is. $34.2 billion plan, about 467,000 members, representing 1,200 employers. And so that's an important thing to remember, too, is that we're not a one-employer plan. We've got 8 defined benefit plans and 3 defined contribution plans. So we've got a lot of things going on. The hybrid plans that we have are plans that have a defined benefit component and then what used to be known as an annuity savings account, which we now call defined contribution accounts, that were kind of a sidecar to that plan, that 3% of an individual's wages had to go into that DC account. It's not a cash balance plan. members of both plans participate in Social Security. So that's another question we get sometimes is, are your participants your members? And by the way, you'll hear me use those words member and participant interchangeably. We call them members. Most of you call them participants. So I'll switch back and forth on you. You'll see here our defined contribution only plans. We've got two relatively new ones, one that was rolled out for state of Indiana employees and the other rolled out for what we call local government or political subdivisions, and then the longstanding legislators plan. So you've got distribution options, obviously, for a defined benefit plan that as you retire, you have to decide, am I going to take early retirement, in which case I'm going to have a reduced benefit, and what kind of payment options do I want? Do I want to have just payment for me in my lifetime, or do I want to leave something so that my spouse or somebody can get some payments afterwards? So not particularly uncommon there. But then members have always had to, particularly with the PERF and TURF funds, PERF being the Public Employees Retirement Fund and TURF being the Teachers Retirement Fund, which are our two largest, members had to decide, what am I going to do with that money in the defined contribution account? The annuity savings account is what we used to call it. And again, those typical types of things you can do. You can leave it with us and make a decision later. You can roll that money over. You can take a lump sum distribution and have a party. Hopefully you don't do that, but you could. And I suspect some of our members have over the years. Or you can annuitize that. Now, the catch with the annuities is this. And when I talk about annuities here, I'm talking about annuities with those defined contribution annuity savings accounts. Obviously, the monthly defined benefit plans are not what I'm talking about in terms of payments now. We traditionally, we did the annuities in-house. We didn't have anybody else do them. We did them. And so we had an assumed rate of return on that money that was annuitized with us, and more than 50% of our members annuitized through the Indiana Public Retirement System. Larger chunks took distributions. Not many at that time would choose to annuitize with an outside provider, and that'll become a little bit more clear as I describe this. But our assumed rate of return for that money people annuitize with us actually turned out to be greater than what we were assuming the rate of return was going to be for the investments as a whole for the Indiana Public Retirement System. So you can imagine there's a bit of a gap there in terms of the assumptions that create potential problems for the system. As our board looked at this, they said, you know what? Number one, we're paying what amounts to something significantly ahead of market rate on our annuities. That's one of the reasons why 50% of our members would annuitize with us, because if they talked to their brother-in-law who sold annuities, he said, I can't touch that. But they said, our board looked at it and said, do we want to be taking that risk on internally? That's additional financial risk. And so what they decided they wanted to do was provide DC account annuities, but do it through an outside provider, not through the Indiana Public Retirement System. And as always, you can still go to again, your brother-in-law or anybody else who can provide those for you. Now, that resulted in a little bit of resistance among our members, and they were, I think, justifiably concerned, hey, there's changes going here, and whenever you're going to announce perceived changes to benefits or how you're going to do things, changes are things that concern people. Suddenly people start paying attention who maybe haven't been paying attention to their benefits or even their pension system for years. So the Indiana General Assembly got involved and said, hey, rather than going very quickly into market rate, let's give you a glide path and say, okay, you know, you can take a rate down to 5.75% in a time period, make it 4.5% or market rate, and then after December 31st, 2016, you can then say, okay, we're going to take this into the market. So what that resulted in, and getting back to that comment, it's not what you know, it's what you think you know that can very often drive decisions. We had what we called the retirement tsunami in 2014, and that was a lot of folks who said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and retire and annuitize through you guys because, number one, I can annuitize through you and I want to, and number two, because the rate's higher. Now, the unfortunate thing is, if you looked at many of those individuals who said, I'm going to lock in a higher rate, you're saying, okay, you're giving up a job that pays $65,000, $70,000 a year to lock in an extra, I don't know, $10 a month. So it's, again, it's not what you know, it's what you think you know that very often drives decisions. And we work very hard to educate people, but again, we can educate, but we don't advise. Now, I think that also what we ran into is a lot of people who said, okay, you're making these changes. I've worked very long in this job in public service. I've worked very long in the classroom. And you know what? I've been ready to go for a few years, and this is just giving me the incentive to say I'm going to go ahead and step out of the workforce. So where were we then? Where did that take us? MetLife was selected and contracted with us as our preferred annuity provider with an agreement in 2017, so we were in compliance with the law, and it went live just this year. Prior to 2014, like I said, about 50% of the folks annuitized. In the calendar year of 2017 at 37%, and then year to date we've been running about 15. And so how do you explain some of that? I think part of that is kind of a behavioral science explanation. If you look at that 50%, sure, the rates were higher, but how many of our members do you think were even shopping for another rate someplace? Mostly they weren't. It was a very simple, easy process, and that is we're taking you through, we're counseling you on retirement and how to get your money out of the plan, your defined benefit. And oh, by the way, what do you want to do with your annuity savings account or your defined contribution account? You'd like to annuitize? Okay, that's easy. We do that in the same form. There's no problem with it. And so I think that there was very, very little friction for somebody in 2013 to say, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and annuitize with you with my defined contribution account at the same time I do my defined benefit. And by the way, we'll even fold in those checks together so it's one payment. So then we have the changes. I think then I know from individuals I know who are out in the market saying I'm selling annuities to Indiana public school teachers, things like that, that it became market competitive when we began to go to more of a market rate. And now that we're fully into this in 2018, and this could change, we're seeing, like I said, about 15%, but I'm going to say 15% annuitized through us and through MetLife. I don't have numbers that say, okay, how many people chose to annuitize through somebody else. So I think the total number of people who annuitize is somewhat higher, but I think you're seeing market forces at work, but I also think you're seeing a little bit of behavioral science and that there's a bit more friction to make any annuity decision with us now, which I think also makes people sometimes stop and pay attention and make a more thoughtful decision. So what else has gone on with the Indiana public retirement system that this may impact? So you put the annuity issue aside for a minute. You say, well, those folks had defined benefit accounts. So that annuity savings account was just a little bit extra. So if I worked 30 years for the state of Indiana, I might replace about a third of my income with a defined benefit plan and another piece of income with the defined contribution if I chose to annuitize it. But the state of Indiana and our pension systems are in generally good, solid shape. The employers in the General Assembly have typically paid the required contributions to keep it healthy, which is a good thing. But they're also looking ahead and they're saying, you know, do we need to be moving more into the defined contribution world along with the rest of the nation? So in 2013, we rolled out a retirement savings plan, a defined contribution plan that we called the My Choice Plan. That's for state employees. State employees hire in, they get a choice then. When I'm a new hire, do I want to go with the traditional defined benefit plan, which, by the way, has 10-year vesting, or do I want to hire in with a defined contribution plan that has 5-year vesting in increments? And then later on, 2016, My Choice Retirement Savings Plan for local government, I mentioned that. And sometime next year, again, that same type of plan will be rolled out for school teachers. So that a new teacher is going to have that choice of, okay, do I want to elect for a defined contribution plan, or do I want to elect for the defined benefit plan? We do see that as people are making these choices, the default choice for the state of Indiana, for instance, is the defined benefit plan. So if you don't make a choice, you get defaulted in defined benefit. But the folks who are making the choice to say, yes, I want the defined contribution plan, tend to be two groups. Number one, younger folks who say, I'm not sure I want to spend 10 years to get vested in government. I may work for a few years and move on, and I want to have that portability. And the other group are second career people who are coming in maybe in their 50s. They've already earned a retirement benefit or have retirement accounts elsewhere, and they say, you know what, I want to work maybe 5 years in state government, and I don't want to worry about 10-year vesting. So what we've had to ask ourselves then is how are these questions impact impacting our members. And this is where our research comes in. We've got a pretty strong research arm in our group that does both quantitative and qualitative research, and spends a lot of time saying, let's get close to the members and let's understand what they want and need. So we asked them, what do you expect to do with your defined contribution funds when you retire? What do you want from MPERS? Do you need help from us? Or do you think that it's none of our business what you are doing with your money or any education? And then how should we respond? We also had to ask ourselves the question, do those folks in our defined contribution plans have different needs from the defined benefit? It would seem on its face that they do. We did ask members then, what do you expect from us? What do you want from us as this world is changing? And we said, who is responsible for providing your retirement financial education? And our members or our participants, and I think this is in a way kind of the good news. They say, if it's to be, it's up to me. They're saying, I am responsible for educating and educating myself. Now, that again gets back to that seeking of financial information as you need it. But secondly, then they look to us, MPERS. On the third on the list, they look to their employers, private financial counselors, friends, and family. And I will tell you that it is different with the teacher's plan versus the public employees plan. Teachers are much more likely in our organization, the people we serve, to have a financial advisor. Public employees who are maybe making $30,000 to $40,000 at retirement are not high net worth individuals and are far less likely to have a financial advisor. So that's something we have to take into account also. But one of the questions our board asked is, if we're going to put our nose into retirement education at all, do our employers even want us to do that? Or would they rather we just say, that's not our mission, our employers want to do it? And I know traditionally folks have worked through employers to get this education to people, but that's not always been the way it's worked with our group of employers. So we asked our employers, what do you expect? Who is supposed to provide that education to your employees? And overwhelmingly they said, well, you are. Why are you asking me? And then they said, oh, and by the way, our employee is responsible for this. They have to be responsible for themselves too. And then their financial counselor, and by the way, then the employer rated themselves more or less low on that list. Not extremely low, and 2/3 said that they're still responsible for it. But they are looking to us. Now, you have to understand that we've got 1,200 employers, and some of them are very, very large employers, but the majority are relatively small employers. And if you're a school corporation, like the school where I grew up, where there was 120 people in my graduating class, your office staff is in a small house across from the old high school, and the superintendent's office is a living room, and the clerk's office is one of the bedrooms. They don't have a lot of people to provide retirement financial education, so they do look to us to do that. So that's one of the things on our list, and then we've been asking the same questions this group has been asking about engagement and education and how they link together. We participate with a group of public pension systems that together measure a form of engagement, and this is a project, to give due credit, that is something that CalSTRS has brought life to, and it's been a very interesting process for us. So what did we learn? We learned that first off, members are looking to us for help on this as we change, as the world changes. It's not just annuitization, but everything it takes to have an income in retirement. Our employers look to us. Our members look to us. They want us to do something. We do believe that engagement is going to be very important. Measuring it and getting smarter about measuring it and doing more than just saying, here's an average score, but understanding driver analysis and what actually drives behavior is going to be very important to us, though our toe is just in the water in that regard. But we are, at this point, putting our toe in the water in terms of retirement financial education. We're not highly sophisticated at it, but we're putting our toe in the water, talking to our board about some small pilot programs that won't have a great deal of expense, but will have us engaging our members more than just saying we're processing payments here. And I think, there we go. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. Today I'm going to share with you what we have done at International Paper to address retirement income needs of our participants. So a little background on International Paper. We are one of the largest leading producers of fiber-based packaging, pulp, and paper. Packaging products that protect, think of Amazon and the packages that you get in the mail. If you turn over the bottom of the box, it's typically an International Paper box. Pulp for diapers, think Pampers or Depends, and certainly papers that facilitate education and communication. IP is headquartered in Memphis, Tennessee, and we have approximately 52,000 active employees worldwide and strategically located in more than 24 countries, serving customers around the globe. I am part of a team of 7 people. We're located in Stamford, Connecticut, and we manage approximately $15 billion of retirement capital for our participants. Our goal at International Paper is really to keep participants in the plan. We want to keep our participants under the fiduciary umbrella for as long as possible. A little background on International Paper and the retirement vehicles that we offer our participants. We have a pension fund that it will be freezing at the end of this year for our salaried employees. We have a savings plan, which is approximately $5.8 billion with nearly 49,000 participants. Our savings plan offers many features attractive to all types of employees, a new hire, mid-career, near retirement, and in retirement. We really do not discriminate about the features that we offer in our plan. We have a full suite of distribution options. We allow our participants to take installment payouts, partial lump sum payouts. They can take a full rollover IRA. They can simply just take their required minimum distributions. We also have a brokerage window offering thousands of investment choices for the vocal minority. We have online investment advice at no additional cost through financial engines, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And we have unique investment options like our stable value fund that one cannot get outside of a 401k plan. We also offer our employees access to post-employment loans, which is very unique. We believe that it's their money. We should allow them to take a loan against their account. In early 2008, we improved our spend down program that we launched in 2013. We now have a full range of retiree-focused savings plan features that encourage our participants to stay in the plan as long as they can, even after they retire. As I said earlier, we believe it's important for our employees to stay under the fiduciary umbrella to have their best interests at heart. This is a slide that illustrates the demographics of the International Paper population in the savings plan. You can see that we have quite a few of our participants that are either eligible for retirement or in retirement or considering retirement. And that is approximately 19,000 people, which makes up about 38% of the entire participants in the plan, or $3.4 billion out of the $5.8 billion, which is about 59% of our plan assets. So those are people that are eligible or looking to retirement. So this is really a call to action for us at International Paper to develop a retirement income program for our participants. We really wanted to create a paycheck for life, and as we heard last night over dinner, every individual has different needs. They may be married, they may not be, they may have healthcare issues, they may not have healthcare issues, they may have many children, few children. They all have different needs, very heterogeneous, and everybody has different sources of retirement income. Certainly we have the pillar of Social Security. Some may be lucky enough to have a pension benefit. You may have a spouse that has an IRA or a 401k plan. You certainly have the RMD for those that have an IRA or a 401k plan that can make part of that paycheck for life. And then annuities can also play a role in the paycheck for life. We seek to provide our participants with retirement income security. We launched our Managed Accounts program in 2013. That was launched for people that are age 55 and older. Again, that group of individuals that need extra help in managing their assets. And then on January 1st of this year, we improved that spend down program, and we launched a long bond option. We did a lot of modeling with our partners at Financial Engines, and we recognized that adding a long bond feature to the managed account program could increase payouts for those individuals and payout status by approximately 10%. We also now offer an out-of-plan annuity option through the Healer Income Solutions platform. That is a company benefit. It's outside of the plan, but people do have access to that. It's a competitive bidding program where people can go out and purchase an immediate annuity or a deferred annuity. We believe that improving the spend-down program is a good way to address employees' retirement concerns as we shift, international paper in particular, but also around the country as we shift from pension only to 401k plan only to accumulation assets. And international paper has been an innovator in retirement savings plan design, and we are always looking at new and innovative ways to improve the outcome for our participants. So for those of you that are not familiar with the Managed Accounts program, we work with Empower, who is our record keeper, and they have on the back end, they have Financial Engines Managed Accounts. And it is a program whereby a participant, they talk to a registered investment advisor on the phone, and they basically relinquish control over the management of their assets to this registered investment advisor. The assets stay in the plan, but it's somebody that is making the asset allocation decisions for them. It's also an interactive discussion with the registered investment advisor. And we've seen, and we all know, that those people that are involved in managed accounts, they're typically a more engaged investor. We look at the population that are 55 and older that are not involved in the program versus those that are in the program. They have a higher average savings rate, and they also have higher average balances in their 401k plan. So this is offered to our population of 55 and older. And every year we do an annual campaign to this cohort of individuals in the plan, and it's offered to both terminated and active employees. And we hope to get more engagement and involvement in the program every year. So a long bond fund, some may ask, why are you adding this to the plan, especially in an environment where you have rising interest rates? And we have seen some struggling performance in long bond. But as with pension plans, the longer duration fixed income can play a very important role in asset liability matching. So we believe that that long bond fund within the context of a managed account program will work over time. It's a large liquid asset class that offers participant diversification benefits and drawdown of equities. And certainly the Healer Income Solutions product that we now offer, the out-of-plan program, where we believe is going to help our participants going forward as they choose to either purchase an immediate annuity or a deferred annuity. Our participants can actually call any of the registered representatives in the 50 states at Hewler to talk through their retirement income needs. And it's a consultative process with the Hewler team. So that is what we have done at International Paper to address the retirement income needs of our participants. And I'd be happy to take any questions that you have as David pushes them out to the group. Thank you.
So, I have this long list of questions, but we're kind of low on time, so I'll let you all go first. Any questions at all for the panelists?
Hi, yes, for Diana, how have you seen uptake of your various options? Have you seen participants going to Hewler and annuitizing, or have you seen uptake? Like, what's some of the results that you're getting?
Sure. So in our managed accounts program, which is for those, sorry about that. In our managed accounts program, we have about $250 million in the program out of that $3.8 billion that I talked about earlier. Excuse me, the $3.4 billion. So it's about 6% of the eligible assets, and we have about 1,100 participants in the managed account program. And that divided by the 19,000 I referred to earlier, again, is about 6%. So it's 6% in terms of count and in assets. This last year, we did an annual campaign. We do it every year, and we had the highest uptake ever in the program. So it may be a function of the aging demographics. It may be a function of the freezing of the salary pension plan at the end of the year. With respect to the other program that we offer is the Hewler Income Solutions Program. That's just been in place for nearly a year. We did a soft launch. It is the way that we discuss this with our participants. It's communicated as an out-of-plan benefit. And it's akin to supplemental life insurance, or we have a program called Best Doctors. It's something that really is emanating out of the Human Resources Department. And with the soft launch, I mean, when one purchases an annuity, it's a complicated decision. It's an irrevocable decision. And normally, it takes a period of time before one actually purchases an annuity. And Kelly Hewler can attest to this. I know that we have received about 150 phone calls from International Paper and people that have called the Hewler Center. And, you know, it's an educational process. They'll probably ask a lot of questions initially. They'll get a quote or they can go in and play around on this retirement income calculator. So it doesn't trouble me that we don't have any purchases of annuities yet. I think it really is an educational process.
Yeah, maybe more on that point, but to Jeff, you know, I was interested in those take-up rates on annuities. I mean, first of all, the amount, it came down, which was interesting, but still at 15%, that is much higher than I think most people in the industry see. So I guess, you talked a little bit about how you embed it into your communications or education. I guess maybe a little bit more about, you know, the take-up rates of the annuity purchases.
So shout out to my colleague Derek Benson, by the way, who leads our retirement financial education team. And his team is out in the field year-round doing hundreds of workshops and meeting with thousands of members in one-on-one counseling appointments. And again, we educate, we don't advise, but we do at that time call it just-in-time education, talk to folks about what do you need to accomplish with what you have available to you in retirement, and ask them those questions and help them understand what decisions they want to make. And I think that we are tending very much, particularly with our public employees, dealing with folks who were not ever high-income people anyway, and I think that a number of them conclude that they like the idea of at least taking a portion of their defined contribution account and giving it some, turning it into a benefit for life. And it's been, I think a benefit for life has been kind of the tradition with that plan for the DC money. And I think Hoosiers are kind of a naturally conservative bunch. So for a lot of people, it seems to be a good choice for them.
Hi, quick question for Peter. I noticed that you looked at a 60s cohort, born in the 60s.
That was the replacement rate I chose from CBO's numbers. Yeah.
Right, but the group had about a 20% private DB in there.
That was a different study. So that was I think people aged 55 to 61 in 2010. It was a different study. It's from the HRS, the data set that Craig was discussing.
But do you think that a younger cohort would be less over-annuitized given the disappearance of private DB?
Yeah, so what I said is that as DC's grown in importance, it's likely that more people will desire these things. At the low end, it's going to be hard for them to get much lower, right? I mean, a lot of it's Social Security. Now, not all DB is going away, at least not yet, in that some of this money is from federal pensions and state and local pensions, which as of yet are still, accruing benefits in DBs. I do think, I'm not sure what you're seeing today is also, I think it's very important what's going to happen to DB. So a lot of times we look at 401ks or IRAs. A lot of this, when they were first introduced, were supplemental to DB plans. So a lot of these people do have Social Security and have DBs and have a 401k. It's particularly not surprising to me that they may not want to annuitize it. One group that is often pointed to as high annuitization rates is people who participate in TIA-CREF. Now, to some extent, people say it's a culture, it's what's been offered, or so forth, which may be. The other thing they are is college professors are essentially the first high-income group that had DC only. right? Because college professors move from university to university. So most universities, the janitors had a DB and the professors had a DC. So one other thing that is unique about them is they are, for a very long period of time, they had high-paid people who are not getting a very high replacement rate from Social Security and have DC. So I'm not saying that is my prediction of what will happen, but that it's possible.
Full disclosure, I am from TIA, so. But no, I mean, I think that's an interesting point. But you know,
as Sarah will say, I say the same thing to everybody because I have no idea who I'm talking to.
No, of course. But I mean, but it will be interesting to see, obviously, because you know, I think that as we see, I mean, our participants are certainly an example of how the system can work, right, without that kind of backstop. But we've been doing it for 100 years. I think that our concern is that as there's a widening gap between people who no longer have these defined benefit plans and what's going to happen in the future to those younger generations. But I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
More time for questions?
One more question.
Okay. Great. So my question is for Craig. So Craig, your data made a really compelling case that a lot of people have very substantial assets laid into retirement. But going forward, I think, there's some forces that are going to be, I think, a headwind to that. Social Security is going down due to the claiming age getting pushed out. Capital market expectations are lower. People are living longer. So are we going to be tracking that data into the future to see if those forces kind of change the way people are spending down in retirement?
I don't necessarily think I said they had substantial wealth there. They were maintaining what they had created. And I do think that is going to be a different issue. If they don't have the Social Security, if something, benefits are cut, then they're probably going to have to take more money out faster to maintain their lifestyle. Certainly, if they have DB plans, that certainly is a factor going away, that they may have to take out more. So certainly we want to keep going that there could be different generation difference of what we're seeing now may not be reflective of what's going to happen for people that are retiring 10, 15, and certainly 20 years later.
One more question.
So this is a comment in response to some of the discussion around volume and utilization. And I told Diana I would absolutely stand up and make sure that I gave some of the input outside of just their program. As they called it a soft launch, they've done none of the communications that we're talking about doing in 2019. And some of the data that, and Jeff, I think your system really shows this, when you engage with participants, you talked about engagement. We've had the opportunity to have engagement with certain populations, and we can take a plan from zero annuitization to very meaningful utilization and purchasing of annuities. But more importantly, it's also the education that Diana is talking about. It's not just whether someone converts to an annuity, it's whether or not they have the right information to make an informed decision, and their annuities could range anywhere from a very small portion of their resources to a more meaningful portion. But I think the key thing is we see hundreds, from a plan that we actually engage with, we see millions of dollars in purchases, we see people actively engaging with the system, but you have to have that level of commitment and engagement. And I also think the other thing I would say for this whole audience is everyone needs to be real about the forces that oppose annuitization and the biases that are built into the system relative to service providers not wanting annuitization to occur. So remember who controls the participant experience, and I think that's evidence from the data that you provided, Jeff. When you control the participant experience, it's like Walmart with their app. When they can go directly to their participants to solve a need and nobody's intervening, it's amazing what can get done.
All right, well, let's thank our participants, and we're going to take a break.
Thank you. That was great. All right, 15 minutes, and we'll be back again. Thanks.
Yep. Good thing I had all my questions ready. I had my list of questions ready.
Hey, you know what?
downsizing, but using technology. So I didn't lay anybody off, but as they retired, we didn't replace them. We started using technology. I'm not going to say. Yeah, so, change you went from Medicare, ECA, but they called, do you want to come back? Thought about it, no, I'll stay where I'm at. Our not oldest in age, but longest tenured kid. And we are. I think it's a new generation who's got that concept. But we have, very long.
All right, if you guys can come back in and sit down, we're going to start in a minute. Hello, Tammy. Good to see you. You ready?
I am ready. Are you?
I will just do a 2-second kickoff, and then
Awesome.
It's all yours. Do you want me to even introduce them by name, or do you want to do it?
No.
I'll introduce you
know what?
and the panel title, and you take the...
You know what? Actually,
Or do you want me to do them all?
give their names, because then I only need to, and then I will be giving their bios.
Okay. Oh, good. All right, if we can come in and sit down, please. We'd like to get started. Yeah, I know.
Do we need to take this off? There was some insult
Yes, yeah, because we're, Take your name. We are, there's about 50 people on the live stream, so it's like a little television version. All right, wow. Got amazingly quiet fast. I think we've still got a lot of people out in the hallway, but out of respect for those of you that are back, I think we're going to go ahead and get rolling. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, right after the break, we're shifting gears into the healthcare side of things, and we're going to have a wonderfully engaging panel now that's about the future of the employment-based health system for benefits. So I'm going to do a quick introduction of the panel members. Moderating, we have Tammy Simon from the Siegel Company. Hey guys, I know I'm loud, so let's try to quiet it down. Tammy Simon from the Siegel Company. Paul Fronston, Director of Health Research and Education Programs here at EBRI. Sabrina Corlett, the Research Professor from the Center of Health Insurance Reform's Georgetown University Health Policy Institute. And Joseph Antos, the Wilson H. Taylor Scholar in Healthcare and Retirement Policy, the American Enterprise Institute. And I'll get out of the way and let Tammy take over. So thank you.
Thank you. So when I was called by Paul and he said, hey, you know, Tammy, there's this panel that I thought you would be good at moderating. You know, it's this real narrow topic, the future of employer-sponsored health insurance coverage. You know, he and I started having some, what I would argue were some fascinating conversations, and it really led us to the conclusion that the best way to talk about this topic generally is to throw a lot of spaghetti on the wall, because you're left with a mess, which I suspect we're all going to feel in about an hour, but what sticks might actually be some really interesting ideas and certainly some nuggets for consideration. And really, some might argue that with a lot of the conversations relating to the Affordable Care Act the last dozen or so years, we are really at a time in history, some might argue the verge, of really thinking a lot about the delivery system and the payment systems that we have in this country for healthcare. And obviously, having EBRI think hard and having the members of EBRI think hard about where the employer or what role the employer could, should play in that is obviously very important. So the way we're going, and by the way, hello to everybody out there in TV land. I hope I look 10 pounds lighter. What we're going to do today is we're going to have Paul do some level setting. He's a great, for those of you that have heard Paul before, he's a great storyteller. So he's going to give us a little bit of the history of why we are in the system that we're in, which, as all of you know, is unique compared to every other country in the world. And he's going to set the stage a little bit, talk a little bit about the employer, tax exclusion, and then talk a little bit about the benefits of our current employer-sponsored system. There have been a lot of papers, there have been a lot of research studies done that talk about the pros and cons of the system, and he's going to kind of pull those together and give us some thoughts on why it is what it is, at least as of today. Then we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about the alternatives to the employer-based system model, and hear from Sabrina and Joe. And I think what you'll find interesting is that you're going to hear everything from talking about a single payer system all the way to just individual insurance policies and kind of everything in between. So the thought of this panel is we're not going to tell you what the right answer is going to be. We're going to try to articulate what some of the more interesting, maybe thought-provoking alternatives might be. And for every one of the alternatives that we talk about among the four of us, each of you will probably think of 10 other alternatives and tweaks of the different systems. And that's the point, right? Because it's going to take a lot of really smart people that are very engaged in this conversation to come up with the right answer. And some of that, you know, will be done on purpose, and some of it will be serendipity, and some of it may be the economy we're looking at, or, you know, war has played a role in the history of health insurance in this country. So a lot of different things will lead, I think, ultimately to the right answer. The one thing that I did want to just say as an introductory comment, besides all the other introductory comments I just made, is for us to just remember that when we talk about health insurance coverage in this country, we need to remind ourselves that there are a lot of other models out there. Now, a couple of us were just debating, does that even matter, right? Does what Canada and Britain do matter? We have a completely different history. We have a different government. We are ruled in very different ways. we are a much younger country than most others. And so just comparing what other countries do really give us any insight as to what we should do. And I suppose I would argue, look, we often don't, but we should take a look at our own history, which Paul's going to talk about in a second, and think about what we can learn from it. And geez, there actually are really smart people outside of the United States of America. And to the extent that there are systems or innovative concepts that we may be able to learn from and glean some insight from, I think we should. So I would argue, yes, we should look at the other systems, but of course, not copy anyone else's, create whatever works for the U.S., given our history, our current pain points, of which are many, and also our own demographics and our own needs. So with that said, let me introduce the panel and give you a very quick, you all have the bios and the materials that you received, so I won't go into much length, but just so you get a sense of the expertise we have on the panel. First, we've got Paul, who, as most of you know, but for those of you that don't, is the Director of Health Research and Education for EBRI, and he's been with EBRI since 1993, so he's EBRI establishment and knows lots of really good war stories. So if you're interested in that, go to him because he's got them all. We've got Sabrina, who is a research fellow at the Center on Health Insurance Reforms. That's why she's on this panel, as you can imagine, at Georgetown University's Health Policy Institute. And there she directs research on health insurance reform issues. And if I gave you the list of the topics that her group covers, we'd be here all afternoon. So read it for yourself, but you can imagine it's wide. Prior to joining Georgetown's faculty, she was the Director of Health Policy Programs at the National Partnership for Women and Families. And from 97 to 2001, she worked as a professional staff member for the U.S. Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee, the HELP Committee, where she served as legislative assistant for Senator Tom Harkin, among other very impressive resume traits here. And then we've got Joe, who is the Wilson Taylor Scholar at the Healthcare and Retirement Policy for the American Enterprise Institute, or AEI, and an adjunct associate professor of emergency medicine at GW here in Washington. He's also the vice chair of the Maryland Health Services Cost Review Commission, where he's serving his third term as commissioner. Pretty impressive. Just so you know, prior to joining AEI, he was also the assistant director for Health and Human Resources at CBO here in DC also, and held a senior position at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, OMB, and the President's Council for Economic Advisors. So very impressive panel, and with that, I will turn it over to Paul.
Tammy wasn't completely honest with you when she shared the story of me inviting her to be on this panel, to moderate the panel. The working title at the time was 44 Years of ERISA, Let's Discuss. Otherwise, I think she wouldn't have agreed if she saw the title we wound up with. I'm going to give you, my plan was to give you a very brief history lesson on why we have an employment-based health benefit system. You may notice that we're down a speaker. So we talked about giving you a really long history on employment-based health benefits. But I think I'm going to keep it brief, despite the fact that we have time to do that. There are a number of people that would argue that we have the system that we have, employer involvement in health insurance, because of the tax break. I actually disagree with that. If you go back in history before that, there's lots of other reasons lots of other examples of employers getting involved in worker health. If you go back to the 1800s, there's examples of employers providing on-site doctors because of injuries that may have occurred in the workplace. I think those examples are are for business reasons. It wasn't because employers were, doing this out of the goodness of their heart, concerned about worker health. They wanted workers to get well and get back on the job, so there were doctors there. And then you get to World War II, and the only war story I have is related to World War II, just so you know. There are no others related to EBRI. Health insurance took off as a benefit in World War II. Why? Because there were wage controls, and employers couldn't raise wages to attract scarce workers. There was a scarcity of workers because of the war. Employers couldn't raise wages, so they started offering health insurance. I think it's as simple as that. It was a business decision. How do we be competitive in the labor market? How do we attract workers? It was a lot less costly to offer at the time. The IRS did rule in 1943 that there was that it wasn't that the value of health benefits wouldn't be counted as worker wages, so that came along with it. There was actually some confusion about that for a good decade. It wasn't until 1954 that the IRS clarified its position. So there was some confusion for a while. So I would argue that employers offer health benefits for business reasons, to be competitive in the labor market, for work because they're concerned about worker productivity. If you think about the tax break that employers get, for the most part, they get the same tax break if they took that money and gave it to workers as income. That's income is also deductible as a business expense. The only difference is that employers save on FICA. Okay, so employers do get a tax break on what they spend on and what employees spend on health insurance, but it's not as large as all income being excluded from taxation. Now that does benefit workers, and that is one reason why employers continue to offer health benefits, because their workers get a nice tax break on the value of coverage. So keep in mind the business reasons. Today being last year, which is the most recent year we have data for, employment-based health benefits are by far the most common source of health insurance for people under age 65. There are 167 million people with employment-based coverage last year, or 62% of that population, and you could see that only 14% of people under 65 get their coverage directly from an insurance company in the individual or non-group market. 22% have Medicaid coverage, and 10% remain uninsured. I don't have a slide on this, but note that the percentage of the population with employment-based coverage has been growing since 2013. It had been fallen before that, but since 2013, it's been increasing. And a lot of that increase is due to the strong economy and strong employment or falling unemployment. As the unemployment rate fell, more employers added health benefits added health insurance as a benefit, and you see that in the data we've looked at starting in 2013 with mid-sized companies added health benefits. 2014, smaller mid-sized companies added health benefits. 2015, larger small companies added benefits, and in 2016, smaller companies added benefits. So it's very interesting to see each year how another group of employers added these benefits. These are small changes on a year-to-year basis, but the trend is going in a completely different direction than it was going in before 2013. So I would argue employers started offering benefits to be competitive in the labor market. Unemployment is falling. We saw the same thing happen in the late 1990s when unemployment hit 3.8% in 2000. And leading up to that, you saw more and more employers offering health insurance as a benefit. We're revisiting that history right now, and I think it's because of business reasons. I mentioned the tax break already. The tax break, basically health insurance premiums are excluded without limit from workers' taxable income. That means they're federal income tax, it's excluded from federal income tax, excluded from state income tax and payroll taxes for Social Security and Medicare. It's the largest tax break in the federal budget. In 2018, it's been estimated about $272 billion will not be collected in tax revenue because of this tax break. Okay, that's larger than the tax break that retirement benefits get, which was only about $226 billion, and larger than the tax break on the mortgage interest deduction, which is about $41 billion. And I would note that the tax break on the mortgage interest deduction is down from $66 billion in 2017. It's a large drop. Why? Because of tax reform. But those are the big ones. But note that there's also the Cadillac tax. Perhaps the first time in history where there's been an attempt to cap the tax exclusion. It doesn't directly cap the exclusion that workers get, but it's certainly a step in that direction, a major change from our history with the tax break. This tax break has had a target on its back since at least 1980. Since the Reagan administration, and the target has been bipartisan. Both Democrats and Republicans have been interested in changing it, doing away with it, doing something in order to try and capture that money and use it to change or provide benefits or health insurance for people that don't have it for whatever reason they're left out of employment-based coverage. And if that happens, there's going to be implications. What I want to talk about is what a change may mean for government tax collections. So a lot of data on the slide. On the top half of the slide, you can see what the average subsidy is for people with three types of health coverage: employment-based, non-group coverage, for those under 400% of the federal poverty level because they get the subsidy, and for the Medicare expansion population. You could also see the number of lives covered and the total subsidy. Just note that the numbers for the total subsidy in this slide is a little different than what I just mentioned before. It's $294 billion instead of $272 billion. It's in the ballpark, but basically the way we're calculating it is a little bit different than the way CBO calculates it. But all that's important for this exercise is that it's in the ballpark. Clearly, the per person or average subsidy for people with employment-based coverage is the lowest. It's just under $1,800 versus $6,100 for those with non-group coverage and just over $5,800 for those with Medicaid. Okay, so that's where we are today. If you get coverage through a job, the average subsidy is $1,785. If you get coverage through the individual market and you're below 400% of the federal poverty level, you're getting a subsidy of about $6,100. And if you got coverage through the Medicaid expansion, your subsidy is about $5,800. You can see 165 million people covered by employment-based coverage, 9 million that get subsidies in the non-group market, 12 million that are in the Medicaid expansion program, and the total dollars amount associated with it. So let's say we change things around. Let's say we did two things in the employment-based market. Let's say that we only allowed the tax break for people under 400% of the federal poverty level. And let's assume that we capped the premiums like is done in the non-group market, such that you could only deduct or exclude from income premiums associated with an HSA-eligible health plan. Okay, if that was the case, 73 million people would get a subsidy instead of 165 million, and the average subsidy would fall to about $1,400 a person. In aggregate, instead of not collecting $294 billion in tax revenue, the federal government would not collect $102 billion. So presumably, assuming nothing else changes, which is a tough assumption to make, the federal government would increase its tax revenue by about $200 billion. Okay. Alternatively, let's say we move these 73 million people to non-group market. Okay, so we did away completely with the tax break for employment-based coverage. And people moved to the non-group market, and the 73 million that were below 400% of the federal poverty level got a subsidy comparable to what those in the non-group market are getting today, about $6,100. The total amount of federal tax revenue not collected, or total subsidy, would go from $294 billion all the way up to $445 billion. Okay, can we make the assumption that if we made the change, the subsidy would remain the same in the non-group market? We don't know. We don't know what that would look like. But just to get an apples-to-apples comparison, this is where we're starting out at. you know, there are some real issues with the tax break. It's seen as regressive. Higher income people get a larger tax break than lower income people. It's been, you could argue that the large tax break encourages overinsurance, and that people use a lot more health care than they otherwise would because of that. Not sure how much that is true because you still have the 80-20 rule. You know, 20% of the population account for 80% of spending. These people with a lot of medical expenses, are they using more because they have better benefits? Maybe, maybe not. So, you know, there are some things to think about. That the Cadillac tax may work against this. We'll see what happens there. The House, I don't know if this was introduced yet, but there's talk about delaying the Cadillac tax another year. But I think if we when we talk about alternatives to employment-based coverage, we do need to recognize that, you know, employment-based coverage comes with some strengths, and those strengths, you know, there may be implications for what happens there. So, you know, for example, the employment-based coverage is, you could argue that the groups that are covered are natural groups. They're formed not for the purpose of buying insurance. Therefore, it's easier to insure those groups than it would be a group that was formed for the purpose of buying insurance. And policymakers wrestle with this. If you think about the regulations that just came out on association health plans, you know, there was a lot of concern about associations being formed for the purpose of purchasing insurance, and the Department of Labor recognized that in the comments that it received and tried to do something about it in the final regulations. If you look at what employers do, they're a voice for employees. When an employee has an issue with its health plan and an employer, you know, says something in the health plan on the employee's behalf, they're not just speaking on behalf of that one employee, they're speaking on behalf of all employees. You know, large groups matter in that respect. If I'm buying insurance directly from an insurance company and I have an issue, I don't know that the insurance company would be as responsive to me individually as they would to an employer who's speaking on behalf of whether it be 50 employees or 500,000 employees. So that's something to keep in mind. And employers have, you know, I would argue, been innovators when it comes to health plan design and healthcare delivery. Examples include value-based insurance design, centers of excellence, health reimbursement arrangements, reference pricing, pushing quality, cost and quality information. You know, we got the Leapfrog group because of a report related to quality, and it was employers behind the formation of that group. Wellness programs, and even today we're talking about financial well-being, which has a major health component to it. So let me just note, I do want to put on my Rob Andrews hat because unfortunately he's not here, and just try and do justice to what we asked him to talk about. Rob is the head of the Health Transformation Alliance, which is an organization of 40-plus large employers. They came together 4 or 5 years ago because what they saw happening was a lot of consolidation in the delivery of health care. Consolidation among insurance companies, among providers of healthcare services, among PBMs, and they thought they need, as a group of employers, they need to get bigger just to stay even with what was going on in the broader market. But I think more importantly, they didn't abandon ship. You know, they felt it was important for them as a group, for them as employers, to remain in the employment-based system, to continue to offer coverage. Because, you know, right now it's actually relatively easy for employers to stop offering coverage. For the first time in history, the Affordable Care Act gave us an alternative to employment-based coverage. Any worker could go to the non-group market and get insurance. If you're below 400% of poverty, you get a subsidy. And if your employer doesn't offer you affordable coverage, that's an option that didn't exist, and employers didn't take it. Maybe they didn't take it because of business reasons, because they feel that they need to offer coverage to be attractive in the labor market. But these employers are, if you think about it, doubling down and saying we need to stay involved. There are some real positive reasons for us to be involved in employment-based coverage, and he was going to talk about that vision. So I think that's something we need to keep in mind as we talk about whether or not, as we look at all possible alternatives to employment-based coverage and whether they would complement the employment-based system or completely scrap the system. And let me just close by noting that what other countries do does matter. Okay, why does it matter? Because large companies in the U.S. now operate globally. They're operating in these countries. They see how these other systems are working, and those other systems may not be what we need to adopt, but I think what it means is that they're more open than ever to changing around what we do today because they see that, you know, we're unique. We're the only ones that do what we do. They see alternatives that are working for their employees in other countries, and I think that they're open to examining those alternatives. So thank you. Look forward to Q&A.
Thank you, Paul. Sabrina, how's it going with your 12 cough drops there?
Yeah, I just want to say I love this audience already because I had about 3 people come up and offer me cough drops. So apologies in advance for my voice. I'm going to try to get through this. And I am, as Tammy indicated, going to be throwing a lot of spaghetti at you because I've been asked to talk about some of the ideas on the Democratic side of the aisle that for health reform and universal coverage that will undoubtedly have an impact on employer-sponsored coverage. And certainly the proposal that's getting a lot of attention right now from the media, industry, as well as the progressive grassroots is Senator Sanders' Medicare for All proposal. But that bill is actually only one of a pretty broad array of ideas and concepts and bills that have been put forward on the Democratic side of the aisle. That bill is getting attention for good reason. It has a lot of grassroots support behind it. It also would produce the most dramatic upheaval and change for our healthcare system. But it is by no means likely, and I would actually argue it's highly improbable that the Democratic Party will coalesce behind Medicare for All in 2020. I think instead it's more likely to be one of, or perhaps a combination of ideas, progressive ideas that have been put forward. And these ideas really, in terms of thinking about them, I think it's helpful to think about them as a continuum that sort of represents a range of approaches to government involvement in healthcare, financing, delivery, et cetera, with Medicare for All being at one end, sort of the complete government as a single payer, where everybody is in the same program, to the least amount of government involvement represented perhaps by Senator Warren's bill, which would sort of build on the ACA and try to improve the ACA. So I'm going to tick off some of the ideas that are out there on the Democratic side of the aisle that fall along this continuum. I don't have time today to do all of them justice, so I'm just really going to tick off some of the high points and talk a little bit about what they may mean for the employer-based system. In all cases, these proposals share a common goal, which is trying to get us towards universal coverage and an implicit recognition that the Affordable Care Act has failed to achieve that goal in many respects, not the least of which is the fact that 30 million people remain uninsured. So what are these proposals? At the one end of the continuum, we have bills like Senator Warren's, which is called the Consumer Health Protection Act, and really just builds on and tries to improve the current system, the ACA. It addresses one of the biggest complaints that people have about the ACA, which is the affordability of coverage in the individual market. It largely improves the subsidies that people would get, including those folks who fall off the subsidy cliff. They're just making a little bit too much money to be eligible for the ACA premium tax credits, but they still find those premiums in the individual market to be unaffordable. Warren's bill also includes some insurance reforms to try to improve the benefits and the value of coverage in the individual market, but probably wouldn't have much of an impact on the employer-sponsored system, except to the extent that if it's making coverage in the individual market more attractive, there could be some employers on the margins that either drop their group plans or maybe even offer an HRA instead of a group plan. Moving along the continuum, there's been renewed interest in what I'm sort of calling as a general label, the Medicare buy-in ideas. Medicare buy-in, of course, is not a new idea. It's been kicking around Congress for many years now. But the latest iterations, represented, for example, by a bill by Senator Stabenow and Congressman Higgins in the House, would essentially allow near retirees, 50 or 55 to 64, to buy into the Medicare program. Of course, with all of these proposals, the devil is very much in the details about what the premiums would look like, who would bear the risk, et cetera. But with respect to ESI, probably not a ton of impact. Employer-sponsored retiree benefits, I think, are all but extinct, or close to extinct at this point. So probably not a huge impact on ESI, except to the extent you have employees that may be considering early retirement. Access to health benefits is obviously a big consideration in that decision. It could prompt more people to take up early retirement. Next, you have your public option proposals, and there's various iterations of those, too. Folks might remember that the Affordable Care Act debate back in 2009 and 2010 included a debate about whether there should be a, quote, public plan option marketed alongside private plan options in the marketplaces. That idea was left on the cutting room floor, but it is still under active discussions, not just at the federal level, actually, but in a number of states. But today we have bills from Senator Kane and Bennett, Congresswoman Schakowsky in the House, and their proposals would make this public plan option available to individuals and small businesses through the marketplaces, but not for employees with access to large employer health coverage. There are, however, proposals such as Senator Merkley's bill, the Choose Medicare Act, that actually would, for this public plan option, would allow large employers to either choose to purchase the public plan or, if they're self-funded, to use the public plan as their TPA. I think obviously that approach, we really could see a big change in ESI and what it looks like. But again, devil is so much in the details. What are the premiums for this plan? What do they pay providers? If it's a Medicare type of a rate, are there access issues with certain types of providers? What do the benefits look like? Is it akin to what you can currently get in the employer-based market? All of these are issues that I think will really drive employers' decisions, because all of these bills are structured as choices for employers. Moving down the continuum, I think the same kind of assessment around employer decision-making applies to another idea, which is gaining traction at the federal and state level, which is a Medicaid buy-in. And this idea started actually in the states. There have been bills in a number of states, Nevada and New Mexico and some others. But there's also a federal proposal sponsored by Senator Schatz in the Senate and Congressman Lujan in the House. And this proposal would make the Medicaid buy-in available to folks under 65, including people with access to employer-sponsored coverage. But with this bill, if it's paying Medicaid rates, which are lower even than Medicare rates for providers, again, questions arise about what does provider access look like, and I think ultimately the choice would be for the employer or the employee as to whether to continue to offer group coverage or to make this option available, the Medicaid option available to employees. But a potential market of 212 million people, this could have a significant impact. And then this brings us to the idea on the furthest left of the spectrum, which is, of course, Senator Sanders' Medicare for All. And that one is just really simple. There would be no more employer-sponsored coverage. it contemplates that everybody, 270 million Americans, would be in this Medicare type program. Now, the 6 proposals I've just gone through are really just the beginning. I obviously haven't had time to get into the details of those proposals, nor have I mentioned a number of proposals that are out there from think tanks like the Urban Institute, the Center for American Progress, as well as proposals from academics like Jacob Hacker at Yale. Right now, what we have is just a lot of ideas about health reform and how it should be done, and we have policymakers and potentially future presidential candidates all jockeying for a seat at that table. But there's considerably more work that needs to be done to study the implications of these proposals, particularly for the 150-odd million Americans who rely on their employers for their coverage. It's nearly half the population, and as you all well know, it's one of the most popular benefits that employers provide. So it really remains to be seen which of these democratic ideas will emerge. And of course, with the 2020 presidential campaign right around the corner, there are real political decisions that have to be made about what happens to ESI. I mean, many of you may recall during the Clinton health reform debate, the Harry and Louise ads. People do not like to lose something that they're relatively happy with. So if I had to guess, I would guess that where we ultimately land in terms of where the Democratic Party ultimately lands is something that does the least amount of interference with the employer-based system as possible. But time will tell. In any event, a lot more work needs to be done, both in terms of educating policymakers and stakeholders, and really sort of studying some of the downstream implications of what these proposals would mean. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, so Sabrina had the distinct advantage that she could talk about what Democrats are thinking about. Republicans aren't really thinking about health policy right now. You know, 2017 wasn't a very good year for Republicans in terms of health policy. Yeah, they basically clobbered themselves over the course of the year, and they're resting comfortably now on the canvas, at least in terms of health. These kinds of big health policy ideas. Certainly, any politician would be a fool, whether they're a Democrat or a Republican, to directly take on the big institutions that finance healthcare, which includes obviously employer-sponsored coverage, but also includes the Medicare program in particular. And so I think to some extent the focus of a lot of discussion these days sort of misses the fact that there are a lot of other policy goals and a lot of other considerations than simply expanding coverage or expanding benefits. As Paul said, employers are in this game for business reasons. Well, politicians are in this game for political reasons, but they're also business reasons. It really does boil down to whether a policy gives you an advantage in terms of cost or in terms of political popularity, and less so the high-sounding phrases like coverage for all. That's a great phrase. Medicare for all is a great phrase. These are great phrases, but they don't necessarily mean anything. And as Sabrina said, and I completely agree, Democrats will be struggling to figure out what they want to say. Specifically, details matter, absolutely right. And Medicare for all might not go away as a phrase, but what it could eventually turn out to be, I think, is a good question that nobody can answer, Democrats, Republicans, or anybody else at this point. Tammy started us off by raising this idea that there might be a right answer. And I was thinking, well, the right answer for what exactly? So, and this gets back to my point that there are a whole bunch of policy goals that one should consider. So if we're looking for the right answer, what are we looking for? Well, we're looking for a right answer on cost. We're looking for a right answer on coverage. How many people are covered? How many people are not covered? We're looking for a right answer on access to services, which is not the same thing as having an insurance card. We're looking for the right answer on innovation, medical innovation. We're looking for the right answer on the balance between how much we're spending on healthcare and everything else. Well, I'm not so sure that we can look across any ocean or any small body of water, thinking of the Great Lakes, and necessarily find an answer for us. In fact, I think if you look across a big body of water, you may not even find the answer for them. The fact is that it may be more obvious in the case of Britain because we get more information about the National Health Service than we do about France or Germany or the other European countries. But the fact is that there are constant adjustments in those systems, just as there are constant adjustments, just not necessarily done through the government in the U.S. system. So I wouldn't argue that there is a right answer, but there are lots of trade-offs, and that's the point that I think is easily slid over by politicians. They want to say, we're going to give you fill in the blank, whatever your favorite phrase is that sounds good, leaving out that, A, it's going to cost somebody something, it might even be you, B, you might have to give up something else that isn't financial that you really care about, and I'm thinking here about access to providers. As some presidents have been known to say, you can keep your coverage if you want it. Well, that's actually a good political statement. Medicare for all, Bernie's plan wouldn't allow you to do that, and I think that's an issue that's going to be a problem for Democrats if they take this seriously. So what can I say about where Republicans or possibly conservatives might fall in all of this? No, they do not want to substantially make changes to the employer-sponsored system. In a sense, one of the biggest tools is now gone forever. The ACA. The people who wrote the ACA were really very, very smart, both technically and politically. So why the Cadillac tax? The Cadillac tax exists because you can tax those mean insurance companies, but you can't tax employees. You can't tax employers. But those insurance companies, we hate them. All we know about them is they make us fill out forms, and then they don't give us all the money we imagine we're supposed to get. So that was really smart. That took all of the political air out of capping the exclusion or making other adjustments that might actually be more equitable in some ways. So I don't expect the Cadillac tax to go away, but I don't expect it to ever be actually implemented, because as a political matter, you see, it's perfect. It's like checkmate. None of the pieces are going to move anymore on this particular chessboard because you can't do it. Republicans and Democrats alike are aligned on at least one thing in healthcare, which is they don't want to see that tax ever go into effect. And so it probably won't. Where else are we in all of this? I do want to say something about cost. I think this is where I would hope that employers, large employers, would show more leadership. They've begun to show some leadership in terms of adopting ideas that could slow down cost growth. And I have more hope that employers could point in reasonable directions than the government. And by government, of course, I really mean the Medicare program. And the reason I say that is that the Medicare program's entire history, with one exception, entire history of cost containment has been to change basically pricing, change the update factor for hospitals and physicians and everybody else. Occasionally wiggle around the payment ratios, claiming that they're doing one thing when they're actually doing the opposite. But the reality is that there hasn't been a lot of large-scale cost containment in the Medicare program. And if you can't do it in the Medicare program, which is wholly owned by the federal government, then you probably can't expect the federal government to do it elsewhere. Now, what's the one exception? Well, the one exception, I would argue, is, in fact, the Part D program. And it has a characteristic that is not possessed by the rest of Medicare, and that is that in 93? Yeah. 2003, sorry. I'm still living in the past. In 2003, or maybe in 2002, when they were thinking about instituting a drug benefit, that, by the way, people talked about a drug benefit since probably before 1965, and every time it was, it's probably going to be too expensive. But anyway, so this time there was some willingness to actually do it. But what they did was they said, well, we don't want to make it like the rest of the Medicare program because that hasn't worked very well. And instead they went to private plans. Now, you could argue about whether the competition is very robust there or not, but the key element isn't that. The key element is that a private plan, as long as you have multiple plans to choose from, a single private plan can say no. They can actually say, no, we're not going to cover that, or we're going to raise the cost sharing on a drug that you want, but there are other alternatives. And if you don't like that plan, you can go to another plan. With a national program, it's very difficult to say no. That is the history of the Medicare program up to 2005. Now, unfortunately, I think we're probably headed in that direction. I think there's been so much attention to some misunderstanding about drug cost and drug pricing that we may actually be on the way in the next administration, and I'm maybe predicting the outcome, at least in terms of political party, but we may be on the way to actually taking the one tool that has worked to limit cost growth in a major part of the Medicare program. So that's a real problem. Anyway, big employers have tried. Why have they tried in the last 10 years? I would say that they've really been working on cost issues. It's because when costs get big enough, then it's no longer the job of the HR director. It's the job of the CEO. It's the job of the board of directors. Until there was focus like that with big employers, basically nothing much happened. On the other hand, I've got to argue that that wasn't wrong, because the other view should be that this is just a cost of doing business. You're going to hire employees. What are you going to do? Nickel and dime them? It's very difficult. You have to come up with a better idea than using what is essentially the Medicare approach to controlling cost. Doesn't work. Didn't work for Medicare. Wouldn't work for employers. And so I would argue that ideas that Medicare claims they invented, but they didn't, such as reference pricing, and directing employees with back problems to a center of excellence, the point of which is not to save money on the surgery, but to save money on not doing the surgery. Those kinds of ideas make a lot of sense. Big employers have tried to do that. Is there enough scale? Can employers do this on a nationwide basis? The answer is no. Even a very large employer, unless they're heavily concentrated in a geographic market, doesn't have a lot of sway with regard to insurers or with regard to providers, and in particular hospital systems, which have tended to consolidate pretty vigorously. So I guess what I'm saying is that my hope is that employers will show us the way, but I'm mighty depressed about that too.
Thank you very much. I thought these were outstanding throws of spaghetti, and I'm sure all of you have your own versions of that. The one thing that I think is really interesting that none of us really talked about, and I realize what the title is here, right? We're talking about the employer-based system, but we all really focus a lot of attention on the way cost is focused and the payment system, and none of us, although Joe, you did mention the UK's National Health Service, that's actually their delivery system, right? Their doctors are nationalized and they're working for the government. And so I think, Sabrina, when you were talking a little bit about well, if we do Medicaid, the reimbursement rate is lower than if we do Medicare. So just sort of an observation that when we're talking about how things are paid for, how services delivered may also be, or should probably also be, a piece of that conversation. And I think a lot of folks have mentioned that, especially when the debate was occurring after PPACA first passed, and then it evolved into what it is today. So I don't know if any of you have any questions about that before, or comments on that, if before we take other questions from the audience.
No, just this is sort of picking up on what Joe was saying too. I think if employers' hair is not on fire about costs, it should be. We're looking at trends where the rates paid for commercially insured patients, the provider rates, the growth of that is outpacing what Medicare pays. So, you know, if on average it's 200% of Medicare rates, we're seeing areas where it's 300%, 400%, 500%, and growing. And that is simply unsustainable for employers and for our system as a whole. So I think some of the, you know, while I certainly, and I can't speak for Democrats at all, we're nonpartisan, but I do think that what is interesting about some of the Democratic ideas is while they are conceptually and about universal coverage and let's get everybody covered, a lot of them are talking about really changing the way providers are paid, whether it's Medicare rates or Medicaid rates or pegged to some sort of standard rate setting system. And so it's maybe a backdoor way of getting at costs, but I think something that we need to be talking about those trade-offs, as Joe mentioned, and what they mean. But I think there's unanimity on the fact that where commercial rates are going is not sustainable.
So actually, my immediate thought when Tammy made her statement was, gee, the military draft wasn't very popular either. So I don't think we're going to draft doctors. But you know, the fact is that the leverage is financial. Now, of course, we could also talk about other issues, including you know, standards of practice and business structures within the healthcare sector. It's kind of complicated, but the fact is that this is not the legitimate province of federal policy. Federal policymakers really don't know that much about how to run a hospital system or a health system. They really don't know very much about how Medicare operates. At least the people who work on the Hill don't. And they oftentimes don't realize that Medicare operates primarily through private contractors. The policy end of it obviously operates out of Baltimore, but the nuts and bolts of how do you get a bill paid operates through they used to be private insurance companies, and now they're other kinds of private contractors. So you can't really separate out in some clean way a government system from the technical capability to do what is necessary to get the bills paid, unless, of course, you change the entire basis for paying bills. And I have to say that often conservatives and Republicans will say, oh, capitation is the answer, but these are the people who don't understand that capitated payment systems still pay doctors to some extent on a fee-for-service basis. So there's no magic bullet out there, unfortunately.
Okay. So questions from the audience? Yeah, if you could please come up to the mic so the folks in TV land could hear you, that would be great.
Okay, we had a heated discussion about medical issues last night, and I won't repeat that, but I feel like, I mean, this conversation, you said that you shouldn't be copying other countries, and I agree with that. There are no perfect solutions out there, but there are different solutions out there. And one thing that keeps coming up here is this sort of Medicare for all, Bernie Sanders, National Health Service, doctors employed by the government. That it's a lot more nuanced than that. So I think there are two things that you need to do in the US. Okay, sorry. I would do here if I could sort of wave my magic
You're
wand.
from Texas, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay.
I can do my Texas accent. Well, I can't actually, but no. But sort of basically, first of all, you have the problem of sort of coverage, and then secondly, you have the issue of costs, and they are related to each other. And then the third thing that keeps floating around here is the sort of idea of should it all be done by the government. Now, it doesn't have to be done by the government, and in fact, in most countries, it isn't. So you have your sort of National Health Service equivalent, and yes, that's the sort of government-funded thing. But that doesn't mean that you don't also have a private sector. It doesn't mean that you don't also have employer-sponsored health coverage. What it means is that everybody is covered on a basic level by the government, and usually what happens is things like if you get cancer, that's covered by the government. Childbirth, hip replacements, you know, the big things. They are usually taken care of by the government system. But then you also have a private sector. And by virtue of having a government system that is virtually free to most people, that really pushes down the cost of the private sector because you have a basis of comparison. You can, if you have something that's non-urgent, you can decide, do I want to wait six months to get my ankle fixed? Or do I want to pay to have it done privately, quickly? But that sort of puts a cap on how much you're prepared to pay for it privately. So that, I think, is the first thing about having universal access, even if everybody doesn't end up actually using the government-sponsored system. It really brings down the cost of the private sector alternative. A second thing that totally mystifies me here is the lack of transparency. So I've actually spent most of my adult life in Finland. There, if I want to get a mole removed, for example, you know, I don't need to be a sort of patient in a medical practice to be able to get it done. I can just call around all the different health centers and say, how much will you charge me to have a mole removed? And they'll say, oh, we'll charge you $100, we'll charge you $50, we'll charge you $200. And I go wherever I want. Here, when I called my sort of medical provider and tried to ask about how much a procedure was going to cost, they couldn't tell me.
They don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there is sort of, I mean, what other things do you have here? If I go to Macy's and want to buy some jeans, they have to tell me what the different sort of kinds of jeans are going to cost. They can't say, I don't know, you pick something and we'll tell you later how much you end up paying for it.
Right.
So, I mean, just to sort of, I mean, I don't agree with Bernie Sanders. I think that sort of you should have the eligibility to healthcare for everybody, but it doesn't mean that you only have a single payer system. You can have a sort of much more nuanced model, but you just need to have the sort of ability to cover everyone, and then you need to sort of have transparency for costs too, because it's so opaque now that no one can really compare providers. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox now.
So, yeah, you make a lot of good points. It's not that you find out the price after you bought the pants. You got them altered, and then you found out the price. It's too late. So, yeah, you're right about that. But again, you know, we have to start from where we are, not from where we're not. And that's really the hard part. One thing you said, though, that is commonly said in the United States, which is, therefore it's cheaper. No. Therefore, the system is financed through another system, speaking of non-transparency. If you're talking about Britain, it's probably largely financed through some general revenue scheme. I'm not exactly sure. But the point is, it's not cheaper.
What it is, it costs half as a share of GDP compared to.
No, but that's a slightly different story. My point is that in this country, people hear this and they think, oh, okay, it's going to be cheaper. But remember, we're starting from payment rates to doctors and hospitals and everybody in the health system that are 50, 60, 80% higher than in Britain or in Europe in general. And so if you move to that kind of a system, several things will happen. First of all, it won't pass through Congress because the medical lobbies are too strong in this country, A. B, if it did, then you would find what we've found in the Medicare program, which is whenever Medicare reduces its payment rates to various services, we see an increase with not too much of a lag in utilization. Not necessarily one for one. It doesn't necessarily happen all in that one space, but we see utilization at a higher rate. And so, again, this is the kind of thing where it's easy to fall into the big think kinds of phrases without asking yourself, how would you make it work here? How would you get from where we are now to somewhere else? And going back to the theme of the conference, do employers have anything to say about it?
I think we have maybe time for one more question. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to reiterate part of the employer community is consumer driven. It's being pushed, part of it being the Cadillac tax and employers looking at that looming if they offer too rich of benefits, so they've moved to these consumer driven. But the consumer doesn't know the price before they're purchasing. So as a pretty large employer group trying to be involved in that, there is that reluctance from the medical community to disclose their price. And so then you've got the consumer side saying, well, how do I know? How can I make that informed decision of whether I'm going to pay $50, $70, $200 based on quality of care? So I think the employer market is wrestling with how to even that playing field. I think they want to stay in for a business reason to retain good employees, keep them healthy, all of those good reasons. But it's also one of the biggest ticket items on their bottom line that they're paying for, and the cost is out of control. And no matter what they do, they have no real say in that provider world. And the provider world's frustrating. When I talk to my providers, are like, I got like 20 different rates depending on which carrier it is or whether it's Medicare, Medicaid. And so they've got that frustration of, and I said, well, why don't you publish your prices ahead? You know, so the consumer knows if they're uninsured, this is the price. If you've got insurance, this is the price. So I think I know there's reluctance, Joe, you said, because of the AMA, but consumers are frustrated and employers are frustrated.
Exactly. But
yeah.
you realize that you said the magic words. It depends on what insurance you have, right? Okay, so it's not so much whether a hospital, nails their so-called list prices, which nobody pays, by the way, to the front door of the hospital or to the door of the emergency room. That's perfectly irrelevant. What is relevant for people with insurance is knowing where they are in terms of satisfying their deductible and so on. In other words, the information it's not a simple price. Now, it could be. I'm not saying that if we had an entirely different system that it couldn't be that way. But what I am saying is that it isn't that way. So the question is, how do you make it more transparent? It seems to me that the age of computers is going to be something of a solution for us eventually, because you can tie together information on an individual basis from the insurer in terms of where you are on the cost sharing schedule with information about what the insurer pays, who's in the preferred provider network, who isn't, and so on. We could get there eventually. It's awfully complicated. Certainly, if it was a simple unitary system where all doctors accepted and all hospitals accepted government rates, it would be easier to understand, but it wouldn't necessarily be a cheaper system, it seems to me.
So just a couple quick things. One is I grimaced a little bit, Joe, when you said computers are going to save the day, because I think we've been talking about health information technology and electronic medical records for 25 years. I still have to get my doctor to fax me stuff. We don't have a fax in my office anymore, and so I have to it's just impossible. Anyway, that's a separate tirade. I will say that I think many employers have been shifting to what's called consumer-directed healthcare or higher deductibles, simply as a way to manage the cost growth. But I am getting the sense in a lot of places that that's been maxed out. Consumers, employees are sort of at the end of their rope when it comes to the cost sharing they're exposed to. And I think many employers are feeling they cannot keep pushing high deductibles as a cost containment strategy. So then what? And the problem is that there's a fairly limited set of viable options. The most obvious one, particularly in the face of higher provider prices, is to narrow your network. We will not contract with this high-priced hospital. But I'd be curious for a show of hands, for those of you who are buying benefits for your employees in the room, how many see that as a legitimately viable option where you're going to tell your employees, we are not going to let you go to hospital X, even though it's the marquee hospital in our town? I mean, it's really hard to do. And I've talked to HR folks who just said, that is the third rail. We cannot go the narrow network strategy. Well, if you can't do that, there are a very limited set of tools in your toolbox, and they don't get you very far.
Okay, so Michael, you're ready for me to wrap up? Okay. There were like lots of people right after that were like, oh, wait. But I think we'll have to nut privately after, because I know a lot of people have lots of places to go. So thank you. This is clearly just the tip of the iceberg on this conversation. And if I were just to make one recommendation to EBRI, it would be to continue to have forums where those of us in the community that we are in keep talking about this, and EBRI actually help us be a leader in some of these conversations as well. So thank you all for coming, and I turn it over to you, Michael.
Thank you, Tammy. Tried to get all those questions in, but I know we're at lunchtime too. So we are officially about 10 minutes late. We're still going to end lunch at 1. It's just up the hall. So if you want to grab your lunch and mingle and do some networking, Kevin's here. We'll have Kevin Madden on from 1 to... is it 1 or 1:15? 1:15 to 1:50. So your lunch is until 1:15. Back here at 1:15 for Kevin Madden's presentation. Thanks. Thank you all. That was great. Nice to see you. By the way, good job. So I just realized I don't have your bio synopsis form. We published it. It's on more than that. I know the rest of it. And lastly, thank you very much.
I went to, remember that one I was talking about, the U.S. Cares thing I went to? The guy who did it, like, I don't know, screw up with, like, the screen. He sat there and read, like, my wall thing. Like, read the entire thing while I sat next to him. I was like, so afterwards when we're done, I go, I feel like I just attended my own wake. Like, I was like, ooh, that was long. I was like, man, I'm boring.
I'll keep it very short because I tend to get long-winded too. I have to. It's a focus strategy of mine. All right. All right. If we can take our seats, please. Hey, Drew. Hey, Drew. The hallway clear out pretty well? Close enough? All right. We're going to get started. Promised we'd stay close to being on time. We're a couple minutes late, but all right. It is my pleasure to introduce our final speaker, Kevin Madden, partner of Hamilton Place Strategies. Give you a little quick bio on Kevin and then give you a little color commentary of an experience I had with him recently as well. Before joining Hamilton Place Strategies about 5 years ago, he served as the senior advisor to Mitt Romney's 2 presidential campaigns. He also has been a longtime House leadership staffer in both DeLay and Boehner's offices and is a frequent commentator on CNN. So he's very entertaining and qualified to have a conversation with us. So we had him in at an event we had here in D.C. a couple of months ago, and I have to tell you, he was doing more of the weather forecaster about what was going to happen in the elections. And we were, 2 weeks in advance? Maybe 3 weeks in advance? He nailed it. He got them all right. So he's got my trust that he knows what he's talking about and can do some great predictions. I think now it's more recapping and maybe longer term predictions. But with no further ado, I'll hand it off to Kevin.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you. Entertaining and qualified. My second grade teacher was wrong. I did amount to something. And I'll tell you what, I mean, after 2016's wrong, hey, Trump can't win. You know, it felt good to finally get one right in 2018. So, and by the way, I know I'm not the only one. So I know a lot of us probably woke up surprised and quite hungover the next day. But anyway, I want to thank EBRI and everybody else for having me here. It's a delight to be with you. These are somewhat cathartic for me as well to go through and try to think strategically. How do we help not only the folks that I work with, but folks like yourselves sort of manage their way through this environment. And the presentation I'm about to give is a little bit like a weather report, just to kind of more of a clinical assessment of the environment out there and what you all I think need to know as you look at how your business and the work that you do can navigate it. So I spent a long time actually looking for. I was like, I need a depiction of exactly what the political environment is, and I kept thinking like chaos, like tornadoes, like earthquakes, that type of thing. So I came up with this, right? And I thought it was like the perfect summary of it. And then I turned on the television and watched for 20 minutes an absolute melee in the Oval Office the other day, and I'm like, well, I didn't need that slide. Everybody pretty much saw the acrimony, the chaos that is going to really sort of drive and shape the political environment for at least the next 6 months, if not the next year. So I just want to take a walk through, and please, I hope to make this a dynamic conversation so that if any of you all have questions or thoughts or ideas or inputs that you want to add while I go through the presentation, please do. But I'll make sure that we have a robust Q&A discussion here at the end. So, so the first thing is, what were some of the takeaways from the 28 midterms? And 4 things I thought were pretty clear. First was they were all about Trump, and midterms typically are. It's usually a referendum on the performance of the White House, and the performance of the party in power usually tracks very closely with the approval rating of the president that's in office. And so historically that tracked pretty closely, but they were all about Trump, and in many ways Trump tried to make it about Trump. The GOP, the suburbs, these areas that are crucial for making and breaking House and Senate majorities, were killing fields if you were a Republican candidate. And one of the interesting things, there was a lot of surprises on Election Day, but the blue wave washed up on some very red shores around the country. Places Democrats won in places where we hadn't seen them win before, or at least in a long time. And then what happened to the Republican Party and some of the lessons learned? Well, they got a little Trumpier. A lot of them woke up the next day and looked around, and there are a lot of Trump allies left and a lot of Trump critics no longer in office. So let me talk a little bit about each one of those points in a little bit more depth. The first is the Trump factor. He loomed very large on the minds of people who were going to the polls. And not in a good way, because if you look at some of these numbers, there aren't many people out there who don't have, and I'm sure this tracks very closely with as you make your rounds during the holiday circuit, or you're standing on a sideline like I am at some of my kids' games. There aren't many shortages of opinions when it comes to President Trump. They either love him or they hate him, and they're not afraid to talk about it. And so one of the interesting things here is just how strongly people approve of him, and how strongly people disapprove of him, and how much that was a factor in driving a lot of the Democrat enthusiasm that we saw on November 6th. And only 1 out of 3 voters said that he was not a factor. So this was very much a referendum on where you stood on supporting the president. 26% of those that were voting in the House elections, we didn't get some data for Senate because we couldn't really do, a lot of the exit polls didn't really break it down that way. But if you look at this national number, 26% of those voting in House elections said their vote was a vote to support Trump. But the people who wanted to come out and vote and register a vote against Trump, and that was the lens that they saw their local contest between two people running for Congress, 38%. So the folks that were out there were more animated about sending a message about their resistance to the Trump presidency. Here are these huge losses in Republican conservatives, and this is what, when I worked for Tom DeLay, when he was majority leader, he used to say, Kevin, we'll govern the majority through the moderates, and the moderates live in the suburbs. And if you look in the suburbs, the GOP got smoked, and we're seeing some of these numbers may be hard for you all to see, but we're seeing increases of plus 13% in Democrat turnout in Montgomery County, some of these collar counties around Philadelphia, the collar counties around in the suburbs of New York. Think of Columbus, Ohio, Atlanta, Georgia, Washington, D.C., these suburbs out here in Loudoun County, out in Virginia. We saw a huge uptick in support for Democrat candidates. And this is where you win or lose House majorities. And it wasn't just in some of these areas here, but you go even further. Orange County, which used to have a number of Republican congressmen, Congress representatives out there, they all lost. And then places like Houston, Texas, the suburbs of Dallas, Texas, places where you traditionally feel that the overwhelming red nature of the state will help help Republican candidates down ticket. It didn't. The number of people that were coming out to register a vote against Democrats, suburban women with college degrees who were resistant to Trump, played a huge factor in this election, and as a result, they got swamped in the suburbs. And then, I mean, you have Democrats winning in places like Oklahoma City, which is kind of one of the birthing grounds for the Tea Party, and then Charleston, South Carolina, where they haven't had a Democrat win down there in a really long time. Like, this is a warning sign for Republicans. And also, with some of the changing demographics in some of these areas, a lot of the folks are being pushed out into these suburbs. And, South Carolina is a lot different than many people think. When you think it's just a southern state, and it's full of evangelicals, but instead there are a lot of big businesses going into places like that, BMW, Boeing, and as a result, you have changing demographics, changing party there, and Republicans were in a difficult position in 2018 as a result. And there's no going back. This is a headline from the New York Times of all places, and it was written by somebody who said this is a good thing, that there's no going back. It's Trump's party right now. And the House Republican Conference woke up the day after Election Day, and all the folks that had survived looked around and said, boy, we all supported Trump. We wanted to build a big wall. We wanted to, double down on all of his policies. We made sure that we made our points about the caravan every single day in the last 2 weeks of the race, and we're still here. The folks who were critics or a little bit more hesitant or tried to keep Trump at arm's length, they all lost. And so the message that is ultimately learned from that by a lot of these folks in the Republican conference is that it's the party of Trump now, and we have to win or lose with him. And so as we look at the 2019 landscape and what was learned, here are some of the things to watch. With the White House, the three things to watch there are going to be the tension, the turnover, and the Twitter. I'll get a little bit more into that. And then the Democrats' dilemma of what they do now that they've power. They've actually, the dog that caught the car, what do they do with it? And then how is it that the Republicans start to piece the party back and try to find their way back into the majority? What does the roadmap for that look like? So, chaos is the new normal. I am so shocked at how many times the question I get from people is like, Kevin, when are things going to go back to normal? When are things going to just calm down and everybody's going to start working in a nice bipartisan way and focus on the issues? And my answer is always never. This is the new normal. We are in this big reality television show called Washington, and our executive producer, Donald Trump, runs a lot of it through his Twitter feed. But what's really important to watch now with this chaos is as we look at today and you just watch the headlines, I mean, I'm always almost scared sometimes when I come out of a meeting that's more than an hour to check my phone. And like you go in and the chyron is, you go into the meeting and things seem fine. You come out and there's like there's a cable news television on somewhere, and the chyron is breaking news, new indictment, new announcement, new this, new that, right? Or new tweet from the president. And the chaos will continue, and it's almost as if they program it on like a 30-minute interval. But the one thing that I think you have to watch is the special counsel report, in addition to the investigations that we see out of the Southern District of New York or the Eastern District of Virginia. There's going to be new developments on that every single day. And that will consume this White House from here all the way through 2020. For anybody who's worked closely with a White House or worked in a White House, you know how distracting that can be to focusing on your political priorities, your policy priorities, and it ultimately when you have to be in sync with your allies on Capitol Hill, it can hurt that relationship as well, and this town can become very dysfunctional. The staff turnover, you guys see the headline, right? We've got like 10 people now and almost kind of like a reality TV apprentice version of who's going to be chief of staff. And it's almost as if like he probably could have named somebody, but we need like the ratings for another 2 weeks to go on. That turnover, already very high, will continue, particularly when a new Democratic Congress may take over and we see a greater degree of oversight, more subpoenas. It's going to be very tough to work in this White House, and I can tell you just anecdotally, there are a lot of folks out there looking for jobs that are working in this administration, and that can have a tough impact on just the daily process of governing, and so that'll be something to watch. And then President Trump is going to rely on who he believes is his best defender and his most effective medium for that, which is himself and his Twitter feed. I always joke that if we really wanted to solve some of these problems, like somebody could invent an iPhone where the president thinks he's tweeting, but he's really not. His approval ratings would probably shoot to about 65%, given the state of where the economy is. But that's not going to happen. So we are going to see this president defend himself very vigorously and very regularly on Twitter. And as we see, it causes news cycles, it causes markets, volatility in the news cycle, volatility in markets, volatility in the political markets as well. So what will the Democrats do? They face some pressures of their own internally. There is a tremendous pressure from the most active part of their liberal base of the Democratic Party to resist this president at all costs. And that does include the two I words, investigations and impeachment. There are strong likelihood that the pressure will build on Democratic leaders to hold this president accountable, to do their job, and to resist this president at all costs, and not work with him to cut deals instead, but to offer a calcified and principled resistance to what they believe are wrong policies of this White House. But Democrat leaders will argue, and you've seen this, this is their message, it's not mine, but they will tell you that you can govern and administer oversight at the same time. You can walk and chew gum. But it will be increasingly difficult to do both, I think, as that pressure from the liberal base that they believe, that liberal base that believes they put this majority into office wants to see. So. But where can there be deals? I think the most likely area is prescription drugs. This is not based on any position I have on that, but more on just intel that you gather from both Republicans and Democrats and folks in the White House about where the art of the deal lies. Prescription drug prices are something where they all think they can claim some kind of credit. We've actually seen HHS already offer some of their plans of their own on that. Infrastructure is one that if you looked at it technically, everybody says they want to get infrastructure done. We all know it's the circulatory system of the American economy. We all hit the same potholes on the way to work every single day. And it is one of those areas where the political incentives I think are more obvious back home as well. But again, it's given all of the focus that there will be on oversight and accountability and potential investigations, we all know that legislation that everybody agrees on is very hard to get done. what happens when you don't have all of those ingredients together? It becomes even harder. So infrastructure is still a pretty tough haul. And then healthcare, and the president this morning was tweeting about how great the USMCA, formerly known as NAFTA, the artist formerly known as NAFTA 2.0, whatever you want to call it, is a priority. He's going about it in a very odd way, but that's one area that the White House would point out as a legislative, where they can make legislative progress. So the Republican revival, what does it look like? One of the things I've always learned from both working on campaigns and working on Capitol Hill is that politicians always tend to take the wrong lessons from losses. And there was a Jonathan Martin piece last week. If you all get a chance to read it, about the party actually internally in conversations inside the House Republican Conference, they feel like what they need to do is double down on the Trump agenda and work more closely with the president on this realignment that they believe is taking place across the country in order for them to win national elections and to win back the House. That's an interesting take, I should say. It's probably a nice way of saying it, given the losses that they've suffered in the suburbs and the losses that they suffered in the House. But in the Senate, you can look to them to probably be a Senate judicial confirmation machine. There are a number of folks in the queue right now that Mitch McConnell is looking. One of his big goals is to remake the federal judiciary, and he's going to concentrate on what he can control, and that is certainly one thing that he can control now that he has the votes. The House, you're going to see them become more communicators, less legislators. They're going to learn, I wouldn't say quickly, they're going to learn the tough way that there's not much that they can do now, and for many of them, never having served a day in a House minority, it's going to be tough for them, and they're going to have a learning experience. But I think gradually what they will learn is that they are now communicators rather than legislators. And that essentially that means that they're the new opposition party. So where do they look? Some of the issues that they look to draw, probably the starkest contrast with a Nancy Pelosi-led Democrat majority. They're going to have to fight hard and link arms with the president on any potential investigations that may potentially lead to impeachment. We're already in the middle of a spending showdown. That went really well the other day, right? We're already in the middle of a spending showdown, and this is one area where the Republican Party is going to have to do a lot of soul searching, because if you looked at the last 2 years, there really wasn't a whole lot of attention paid to rising deficits, an emphasis on paying down the debt or anything like that. So not the strongest, not the best terra firma to argue against Democrats, but it may be one of these areas where they think they can sort of recapture the fiscal conservative mantle and in a way that both energizes their base and maybe gets them some political wins. If Democrats decide to make some changes to the tax reform legislation that passed last year, they're going to offer up the Republicans will be the new opposition party. And the same goes for health care and any changes that happen there. But that brings us to election 2020, and this was one of the things I pointed out during our the last time I had a presentation amongst a group like this. But it was that. Like around 9 p.m. on November 6th, 2018, that the 2020 race would start, and it did. Automatically, you saw, Wolf Blitzer turning to his local panel, or the panel of experts that were with him, and saying, "So, what does this all mean for 2020? What does this mean for the president's reelection?" And we have, by conservative estimation, about 2,020 candidates running against the president. You have a huge field. And if you look at 2018 as a way to assess and read some of the tea leaves on what the prospects are for a President Trump reelection, there were some mixed signals. And so I'm going to go through a couple of those. So here's your 2020 field. And I don't even have Oprah there. I don't have The Rock. Bloomberg made it in there. Who else are we missing? We're missing some big ones in there, but this was all I could fit onto one page. The handicapping is already underway. It's probably the number one question that I get from many reporters. Who do you think the Democrats are going to put up? And I'm like, of which one of them? I don't know. But and the odds making is already going on too. But you already see stories in the political horse race reporters already writing who's in New Hampshire, who's in Iowa. The staff primary has already started as well. You just hear already of like top Democrat operatives in places like New Hampshire and South Carolina and Florida and California and Texas. They're all being snapped up by this campaign, that campaign. And it's a very, very competitive staff primary, given that you have so many people that have already really decided to run and are putting in place the building blocks of their campaign. Think about this, we are only probably 4 to 5 months away from our first televised presidential debate amongst Democratic primary candidates of 2020. You know, and when I was working on Romney's campaign in 2008, it was around April 2007 that we had our first televised debate, and it was out in like the Reagan Library out in California. And the crazy thing about it, it was on MSNBC. Like, can you think about that? Like a Republican primary debate on MSNBC nowadays? No chance, right? Hosted by like Rachel Maddow. So, we're only a few months away. So the campaign's already started. And one of the challenges for those in Washington and for Nancy Pelosi and and Chuck Schumer and other congressional Democrats trying to set priorities and advance an agenda is that the circus of a presidential campaign is just so alluring for the media. And what's going to happen is that increasingly the profile of the party and its agenda and its priorities will be shaped by this internecine battle that they're going to be having amongst many of those candidates. And the titular head of the Democratic Party will begin to emerge more on the campaign trail of 2020 than it will here in Washington in 2019. So that tension between congressional Democrats and those that are all running for president is going to be very real. And it'll be interesting to see whether or not they can work to find some common ground, or at least work together so that they're not at odds, but instead they're in sync. So that brings us to Trump's reelection prospects. And I'm surprised how many people actually buy into this idea. Like, he actually is the odds-on favorite right now to win re-election. And even though we're fed this daily breaking news alerts on our phones about indictments and announcements and scandals and tweets and things like that. But that's the average of his current re-election odds. They're at 7.5. And incumbents have a pretty good track record. 5 of the last 7 have won re-election with little really relation to midterm performance. And oftentimes what we've seen, and we saw this with President Obama, after he took what he called a shellacking in 2010, there's a course correction. And it swung back. Even though he took a shellacking in 2010, he won re-election in 2012. So that's the amazing thing about the American public. They can never really make up their mind from every 2 years. The other thing that he's going to have as an advantage is that 2018 was just a referendum on him. And many of these contests were out of the control of some of these candidates and fought through the lens of whether or not you were for or against Trump. That's not going to be the case in 2020. Presidential elections are very unique in that sense, in that they are a choice. And that contrast is what Trump is looking for, and that's why sometimes you see him engage Nancy Pelosi, because he kind of wants to run against, the San Francisco liberal, or you see him engage Kamala Harris, or he engages, Cory Booker. He wants to have a fight with some of these folks one-on-one, rather than have it all be a referendum on just him and his performance. One of the questions that's really important to his prospects will be whether or not he faces a primary. It's possible that he does. John Kasich, who ran in 2012, who ran in the primary in 2016, is spending as much time in New Hampshire as some of the Democratic candidates. So he is weighing a possible Republican primary, and then there's also talk that he might run on a third-party bid. But that would not fare well for President Trump, because if you look at the history of presidents who have faced primaries in their own party, they may win that primary, they always do, but they then are weakened for a general election. And there are warning signs, and here are some of the warning signs for Trump for 2020. he's got this low approval rating, and I think it was something that he was able to navigate. He's never really had a high approval rating. But state by state, in an electoral college, he was able to manage his way to an electoral college win because he was just a little bit more popular than Hillary Clinton in some of these states. That helped him. But his low approval rating right now is being matched with low approval ratings in key battleground states like Colorado, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, that are going to be crucial to the math he needs to win re-election. And that is brings me to my last 2 points. So is there an economic downturn on the horizon? I don't know. There's flattening of the yield curves. I look at this data all the time, and it's very interesting. The trade war, one of my pieces of advice for candidates, if I had a chance to advise the president early on in 2018, it would have been don't start a trade war in a good economy. But we are, every day, as you see with the roller coaster of the markets, there are reactions to this lack of certainty when it comes to international markets, and it is having it can have a depressive effect on the American economy. And there are a lot of more folks out there arguing for a bear market than a bull market right now. It would be something to watch. And then that winning coalition that he had, and if you think about it, 2016 was really decided by about 10,000 voters in 3 states. And in those 3 states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, that coalition of voters that he won with is starting to fray. And it could potentially hurt him in 2020. Until we find out who the candidate is, that's the case. But with that, I will turn it over for any questions. Yeah. Yes.
So that was really interesting. What's your view on what's just happened in Wisconsin and Michigan in terms of the existing Republicans grabbing power and trying to minimize the impact of the incoming new governor?
Yeah, well, it's not going to help. I mean, it sort of contributes to this overall narrative of sort of Republicans that are really not coming to grips with the fact that they suffered huge losses at their own hands. And those 3 states, Democrats won governorships in all 3. One of them was an open seat, one of them was a takeaway, Wisconsin, and the other one was a hold in Pennsylvania. And those are foreboding signs for Republicans. It's really hard to win the PR war on that, particularly when you see how animated Democrat voters, grassroots voters are in pointing the fingers at the Republican legislature. So it's one of the things that I, as a Republican, though, what does that mean nowadays? That I worry about, because it's like, have we learned the lessons? And that was why my main point was, like, we seem to never really learn the lessons of the last election, or learn the wrong lessons. That's a case study of it. Yes.
I've got 2 questions, if that's okay.
Yeah.
The first is, do you think that there is a place for moderate Republicans to come up and create a something else, A? And then B, do you think that the debates and the concerns about Trump and sexism, racism, sort of all of the really, scary stuff that we're seeing will in any way make this a little bit different than what we've seen in the past?
On the first part, it's going to be very hard. One of the things that we discussed right before the election was the amazing ability that Trump has had with solidifying his support within the Republican Party. So while we hear a lot of anecdotes about, like, those inside the party that are resistant to Trump, the never-Trumpers, right? People who are sort of principled opponents of this version of the Republican Party. When you gauge Republican voters overall and you actually do the research, his approval rating is probably close to 85%. So never-Trumpers, you can probably fit them in a phone booth. So this idea that there's going to be a movement against them, led by, like, people always ask me about my old boss, Mitt Romney, now that he's in the Senate. Like, is he going to, like, lead this fight against Trump? And I don't see it, because I don't think the numbers are there to really lead a big fight. There is a civil war going on inside the Republican Party, but moderates are getting crushed. And so there will be efforts. Elise Stefanik in the House is trying to start a group of folks inside the House to help support more women candidates, more moderate candidates, candidates that can win in places like the Northeast. But it's going to be a very, very difficult uphill challenge. If the idea of third party too, I don't know if that was one of the things you were alluding to, but I'll answer it anyway. Paul Begala gave me the best advice years ago. He said, third parties are like bees, they sting and then they die. And they do. They kind of like, they're like cicadas. They kind of come out and make noise, and then they go away, and they come back in 17 years, right? So, so I just don't see it. What was the second part of it? Yeah, well, I don't know how to answer those. Those are too meta of a question for me to answer, racism, sexism. I can't solve it here in the 5-minute answer. But I will say those charges right now are dragging down the Republican Party. And if you look at the demographics, how we did with suburban women, how we did with younger women, unmarried women, African Americans, Latinos, this is a changing country, and we're going in the wrong direction on those demographics. So it's problematic. It has to be dealt with. We did an audit of the Republican Party's efforts on this, and after 2012, and one of the lessons was we need to do a better job of broadening our appeal to a changing demographics of a changing country. And then we elected Trump. It's like, okay, I guess nobody read it. This is kind of like my calculus class in college, and nobody did the work, but
Yes, can you be a little more specific on the prescription drug, what we might see? Is there something with the pharmacy benefit managers there, do you think, or?
I don't know, other than when you talk to the most liberal Democrat from California, and you talk to the most conservative Republican from like ERI, PA, and you ask them, what can you guys agree on? They say, prescription drug crisis, opioid epidemic. Like, those are the things that they all cite. And so I don't know what the legislation will look like. I don't know what the political coalition needs to look like in order to get something like that done. I do know that it's a core concern, and everybody thinks there's a political benefit at the end of that rainbow. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So one of the things you didn't have on there as possible agenda items was savings and retirement reform.
Yeah.
So there does seem to be some bipartisanship to get something done. So maybe a comment there.
Yeah.
Also, what's the likelihood that there are too many Dem candidates and they just bash each other, and you get someone that's too far left, and that actually helps Trump?
Yeah. Let me answer that part first. That's the fun part. Yeah, it's a very real possibility. And also, when you look at the unique constituencies in the states that are earliest on the primary calendar, Iowa, New Hampshire, California, like, those are where the most ardent progressive activists, the kind of like Elizabeth Warren types, the resist at all cost types, they are the ones that tend to dominate those constituencies in those states. The only another early one would be Texas, which is a little bit more different. It's a little bit more of a different profile of a Democrat primary voter. So that's one of the very real things, is that they could really go look for the person that is going to be the anti-Trump in a way that maybe goes past the center left, where the big middle of the American electorate that's persuadable in some of these big states that matter for the Electoral College, like Ohio, like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, some of your Rust Belt, blue-collar Democrats. That's a very real possibility, and I expect that that's why, until we see that process play out, his odds will stay around around a pretty good odds until then. So the two, if you look at those same odds makers, and like, take it for what you will, these are more just kind of like, they're fun to look, scroll through your phone on while you're having a couple beers, but it's like, it's got Beto O'Rourke and Kamala Harris, and right now they fit the profile of the most active Democrat, the most active part of the Democrat base love them, but they also have national profiles. So it'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out. Retirement, sorry. The thing that, if you look back at the chaos of 2018, there were things that got done on a bipartisan manner. So the banking bill that got through, right? Trying to think of some of the other areas where there was some progress made, but tax reform got done. That was a little bit more partisan, but the bipartisan thing, the big things that got done, most of them were by groups that, first off, really early on in the process realized that they had to be a resource for the legislative, all the Capitol Hill offices they knew were going to be key to it. And then the second thing they did was they made sure that they didn't boil the ocean. They knew this wasn't one of these big national debates that you had to have. The last thing they wanted anybody to do was have the president tweeting about the bank bill, right? Instead, it was Carper in Delaware, McCaskill in Missouri, things like that. So they really kind of picked and choose how they got to that coalition of votes that they were going to need, and then they just relentlessly hammered away on it. And it was under the radar. It wasn't really, I was actually something I was working on, and the press kind of let us kind of manage this in a really appropriate, substantive way towards passage versus having it become a political football. That is a good template for success for something for the retirement industry, or like Richie Neal's bill with RISA. That'd be one of the ways to look at how you would advance it. Any other questions? I see a hand back there. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, am I on good on time? Sorry about that. Yeah. Right on time. Yep.
You alluded to trade, and I was just wondering if you have a view on what Grassley taking over Senate Finance might mean for sort of a check on Trump's trade impulses.
Well, I hope it means, I don't know yet. He hasn't given much of an indication. He has been very vocal. I think the Senate has been much more vocal on this. Grassley, Johnson, people from ag states where soybeans are piling up, and if you look at the data for some of these House districts, like the first district in Iowa, people felt worse about the economy with Trump than they did after he was elected because of the trade wars. So that's an important distinction. So I think he will be vocal. I think he will try. I think one of the big focus right now is to get USMCA passed, because they really do legitimately worry he will tear up NAFTA and what that could do to markets. So he's going to push forward. The wild card is the House. Can Nancy Pelosi get enough Democrats to vote for a trade bill with Republicans and give the president a political win? That's the thing that I don't feel good about that right now. We'll see. It's going to be difficult. Yeah, and most folks that are pro-trade sort of recognize the challenge, but are embracing it. Yeah. All right.
All right. Let's give Mr. Madden a round of applause.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Okay, a couple minutes left here. Let's do a little close. The first thing I'd like to do is express our gratitude to the folks at Morgan Lewis for sponsoring this event. So they also went further than that. They actually hosted us yesterday at the research committee and the board meeting, so it was just great thing to have happen there. Mark your calendars. Our next policy forum will be on May 9th. Hopefully you found today valuable. I know I found lots of great debate and spirited questions happening, so I'm reading into that it was a positive event for those of you that took the time out to come, and we greatly appreciate that. To close on some key takeaways and just kind of some thoughts to ponder on your way home, I'm going to ask Lori to come back up and bring it home for us. So, Lori?
So yeah, we had a very informative day. We learned that financial wellness requires the development of skills, not just knowledge. We learned that spending in retirement happens in the employer-based system, or rather it happens not in the employer-based system, but in IRAs, but that some employers are picking up the gauntlet to encourage more participants to rely on their plans for help in spending in retirement. And we learned that there are a lot of policy proposals around healthcare programs, but the right answer remains elusive. And clearly more discussion is merited on that. And finally, we learned that the 2020 political race has already begun, so 2019 might be a pretty long year. And I would like to echo Michael's thanks to Morgan Lewis, but also to Michael Dozier for moderating, and the Public Policy Advisory Council for putting the day together with Michael, and also thank EBRI staff for all of their hard work on this event. Thank you all for coming, and have a great holiday.